all liars who have seen the atrocities that occurred during World War II and were in all those documentaries. Just some food for thought.
You know, I was thinking the other day for a moment, I was like, what's the most popular conspiracy? And I thought maybe it is the 9/11 stuff, because that got kind of mainstreamed for a while, where it was everywhere.
Yeah, especially during a time in which it was word of mouth and internet blogs. Not like it could go on social media all that much.
I still saw people posting about it on Sunday.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah.
On your birthday?
By the way, happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
It's still doubling down and tripling down all these years later.
Yeah, I there was this same person I've gotten into it on Facebook with before. So this time, instead of just raging and telling him what an absolute tool he is,
I love that you're still friends on Facebook.
I deleted him.
Did you?
I deleted the crap. I haven't deleted anybody on Facebook in, I don't know, ever.
I do it all the time.
I like saying deleted rather than unfriend, because it sounds
you're
like
out.
We were never actually friends.
It just sounds like you just zapped him, you know, and like he doesn't exist anymore.
I murdered them.
I deleted him offline. Do we have time for one more? You know what? We got to wrap it up. Let's do the stories that did make the cut. Brought to you by Nations Trucks. Love our friends over there. Check them out, nationstrucks.com, nationstrucks.com. The best selection of lifted trucks in the state of Florida. Go to the website, nationstrucks.com. All right. U.S. inflation growing more persistent. We talked about this a bit yesterday. Those numbers sent the market yesterday just into the gutter, man. It was down like 1,200 points or something. Today, things appear to have leveled off a little bit, and they're pulling some slight fraction of those losses back, but not a great day on the market for sure. You know what? Let's just
All right.
leave it right there and wrap everything up. It's time to do it. Let's do Today I Learned.
The following information may make you feel smarter, but will not actually increase your IQ. So don't get cocky. Now it's time for what we call Today I Learned.
It is Today I Learned for a Wednesday, September 14th, 2022. Today I Learned sponsored by J. David Tax Law. Peace of mind is only a click or a phone call away. Today I learned this guy.
Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi is right. He wrote the song Blaze of Glory on a napkin. It was for the movie Young Guns and the soundtrack to that. He was in a bar hanging out with the cast of Young Guns, which if you've never seen it, it was a very popular, I think, 80s or 90s or very early 90s movie about cowboys with all these big celebrities at the time. He was hanging out with them, drinking, and wrote the song on a napkin. It became his first ever #1 hit on the Billboard Hot 100. Okay, so late 80s when that movie came out. I don't know if it holds up. Today I learned the U.S. banned sliced bread during World War II. This was as a rationing measure to save...
How did they measure what something is the best thing since while this was banned?
They just had to find a replacement.
Loaf.
The rationing measure was to save wax paper and plastic used to wrap it. The ban was reversed 3 months later because there was widespread consumer backlash and savings were less than anticipated.
Because they don't have knives to cut it themselves.
Today I learned this band...
Soft Cell.
That's right. Soft Cell's Tainted Love was originally performed by Gloria Jones back in 1965. She worked for years as a Motown songwriter, recording artist, backing vocalist, all that stuff. She put this song out. It flopped, did not chart, and then it was redone by this band, Soft Cell, as Tainted Love. This is the one you probably know. Or... you might know Marilyn Manson's version, which was from Not Another Teen Movie.
Great film.
Soundtrack. Today I learned this band right here. If you're into hardcore music, if you're into metal, you might know who they are.
Hanson.
Wiggles.
Wiggles is correct. Today I learned the Wiggles, at the peak of their popularity in the late 90s, would travel in 2 planes. So in the unfortunate event of a crash, half the group would survive to keep touring.
Whoa.
For the kids.
That sounds like some real dark
How
capitalism.
weird would that concert be? The show must go on. Half the Wiggles are gone.
Kids, don't ask us questions about who's missing today. We just don't have answers for you. This is a weird one. Today I learned until last year, gas pumps in Hawaii were not allowed to have that lock where you make it hands-free.
There's a bunch of places that don't have them.
Is there?
Yeah.
They weren't even allowed to have that at all in Hawaii until just recently. And finally, today I learned this guy.
Phil Collins.
Phil Collins is correct. Phil Collins once dumped his wife of over 10 years via fax, which of all the ways to do it.
Oh, Phil.
That's harsher than a text message, I think.
Not the
South
one who-
Park had a little dig at him because of that.
Yeah, he's been in quite a few relationships, and most of them don't seem to go
Did it
too
include
great.
a cover letter?
I don't know. Yeah. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. We'll be here tomorrow, same time, same place. Coming up next in West Palm Beach, it's the Greek Zone.
In a little bit.
In Orlando, it's the Jim Colbert Show. They're on the way, and they're all right here on Real Radio.
So you weren't the 10th caller and you didn't win the prize you wanted from your favorite radio station. Boo friggin' who. There's still a way for you to win. RealRadio.fm keyword contest. Somebody's got to win. Might as well be you.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash? Contact Clausman Law at clausmanlaw.com.
Serious accident now southbound along the turnpike in between 429 and the 408. 3 lanes are blocked. Traffic is passing on the far right side of the roadway, but avoid the southbound turnpike through this area if you can. Seeing slow traffic building westbound along I-4 between the Beach Line and Central Florida Parkway. We're in good shape along the 408. No reported backups along the Beach Line. See a traffic problem? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Try Wendy's new homestyle French toast sticks today.
Wendy's new homestyle French toast sticks are so good, some are saying they're better than their mom's French toast. Perfectly crispy on the outside, perfectly fluffy on the inside, perfectly perfect in every way. Try Wendy's new homestyle French toast sticks today and see if they're better than your mom's.
There are those who feel living with debt is inevitable. But there are those who strive for freedom. These are the ones who are willing to play the long game, who realize it's worth the long days. And those are the ones who know not all financial institutions are the same. Fairwinds. Financial freedom happens here. Visit fairwinds.org.
When fall is more of a mindset than an actual season. When your cozy sweater is more of a symbol than an actual style. And when the person looking back at you in the mirror agrees that it's time your summer gets a fall refresh, grab a new Blood Orange Dunkin' Refresher. Blood orange and cranberry flavors mixed with fall spices. It's the perfect fall refresh because you can never fall too hard. Even if some would debate whether it's quite fall yet. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Criminals today are much smarter, and you can't fight today's sophisticated criminals with those DIY alarms. If you want to protect you and your family, these new criminals are no match for Safe Touch security and surveillance. 5-star system with 5 layers of detection designed to stop today's criminals in their tracks. When you go to bed and boop, 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 you type in your Safe Touch code, you are protected. Bottom line, they have the most advanced technology, and you as a homeowner, you get a text and a video notification if your property's been violated, and the crooks are alerted, hey, whoop, 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 you're being recorded, and the authorities are on their way. I'm having a Safe Touch system put in my house to protect me and my family and say bye-bye to the crooks, because they see that Safe Touch sign, they're out of there. So call today and receive a professional installation at no charge. That's 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Better living begins at home. But if your home isn't everything you want it to be, it's time to fall into a new outdoor kitchen or bath. S&W Kitchen's team of award-winning designers is here to help. Experience their concierge design and installation services from start to finish, all at competitive pricing with great financing options available. Visit snwkitchens.com now to set up your free design consultation with their award-winning designers. S&W, creating thoughtful, livable spaces.
Hey, you want to get a Big Green Egg? The best place to go by far is Wassie's Meat Market. They will deliver and set up the Big Green Egg for you, and they make it so easy. Follow them on Instagram. It's Wassie's Meat Market, or just go to their website, wassiesmeatmarket.com, to get your Big Green Egg today.
Back to school mornings are crazy. How great would it be not to have to slow down to deal with contacts and glasses? Visit the Filatowski Eye Institute for Smile LASIK, the latest state-of-the-art LASIK technology. It's minimally invasive with fast recovery times. Most people return to work or play the very next day. And even with interest rates on the rise, you can still qualify for 0% interest for 24 months. Let the Filatowski Eye Institute help you get your day started just a little easier. Just text 1041 to 868686 to schedule your appointment and start your day with better vision.
On the When You Feed podcast, certified interfaith spiritual director Eric Zimmer engages in thought-provoking conversations with prominent thought leaders who offer wisdom to enrich your daily life.
If you get in touch with the light inside of you, with your base consciousness, that's where the only joy worth pursuing rests.
Listen to the When You Feed on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Search, browse, and email privately, all for free with the DuckDuckGo app.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. See, where we come from, people do right by each other. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Come on in and let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious. Another reason Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin, from our team member Nick.
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. Wisconsin is the dairy state, so naturally, Culver's was inspired by everyone's favorite rich and creamy tradition, frozen custard. We make our fresh frozen custard in small batches in every Culver's, and the farm fresh dairy is why it's so decadent. It's a match, or batch, made in heaven.
Come have a taste of Wisconsin. Welcome to Delicious.
Order your Hummer EV at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind studio. Your accident, your future, your attorney. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or call pound 546 from your cell. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station. Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. You are now listening to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Wednesday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate that greatly. We do have a good program set up for you today. We'll get you caught up on what's happening out there. Deb's Woke News will do that for you. 4 o'clock hour, we are doing, let's see, we have Animal House today. Who's coming in for Animal House, Deborah?
We have Deb Bonini with the Animal League coming in to talk about their golf tournament, which I'm sure you two can't wait to sign up for.
Plus 5 o'clock, Brian and Jenny from Stop Soldier Suicide and Vet Fest calling in today. Plus trivia, Ross thoughts, your calls, text, and talkbacks all day long. Welcome to the program. I'm Jim. To my left, my lovely and very dangerous co-host, Miss Deb Roberts.
Oh, well, hello there.
Straight ahead producer, Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
Comedy alien, Ross Padgett.
Smoke them if you got it.
407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Find us easily on social. Facebook, Instagram at The Jim Colbert Show. Twitter, just at Jim Colbert Show. And, of course, all day, every day online at JimColbertLive.com. How's everybody doing on a Wednesday?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Ducky.
Ducky. The weather was supposed to be awful by now today.
Well, you can hear the thunder. It is just starting to roll in.
Yeah, man. It's so weird because the rainy season has set in almost late this year because it's raining more in September and the end of August than it usually did in August. And, of course, there's no hurricanes. There were no hurricanes in August or no formations of major storms, which is a real weird thing. So it seems like it's getting here a little bit late, but it's supposed to cool down this week. It's supposed to, after yesterday, Or today, I'm sorry, we're not supposed to have any 90s for the next 7, 8, 9 days.
Would you call this the first blast?
No. Can't call it the first blast, Jack.
Would you call it the first thirst?
There is no first. Well, there is a first blast. I think the first morning when you wake up and it's below 65 in the morning, I think because it's it just gets down to 70 now, right? But when it gets into the 60s in the morning, that first 65-degree morning, first blast.
Ah, yeah, the first flirt.
And then when you get flirting.
Yeah.
And then when you get into March, of course, as it starts to kind of, you'll get that last cool blast.
I'm wondering when we fall back.
That's in October, isn't it? Usually October?
Yeah, right before Halloween.
Okay, let's see.
I will never remember those dates.
Sunday, November 6th.
November 6th.
After Halloween.
Yeah.
See, I thought they changed it so it would be darker sooner for Halloween.
Did they really consider that?
I thought so. So kids
Now, see, I
could go out
remember
sooner.
I remember
earlier.
them lengthening it so that we would have as little.
No one knows.
No one knows.
Yeah.
The reason why we continue. And
I see people trick-or-treating when it's light out, like kids, when it's only the first half an hour of it, and I'm like, why even go? Well, the whole idea of being in there. Yeah, no, but the whole idea for Halloween is be out there in the dead of night. It's a night
No,
thing.
that's when the teenagers come out with their pillowcases and their bad attitude.
That's when I come out with my Nerf gun and my paintball.
it was always in the afternoon. We would always go in the daylight.
Oh, really?
That was
No.
just normal.
Man, we'd never, ever who goes in daylight? Look at all those nerds out there in daylight.
Kids with big pillowcases full of candy. That's it.
And
Melted
being in the
candy.
Midwest, right? October 31st, it would already be dark by the time trick or treating would roll around.
I did a West Virginia when I lived there for 1 year or about a year and a half, and got to spend a Halloween in West Virginia, and it was cold already.
Yeah,
it was already pretty darn cold. I was like, this sucks.
I trick or treated in a snowsuit before.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah.
Did you wear a costume underneath?
No, over it. Well, you try and maneuver it as best you can, but it's hard to have a costume when you have to plan on all that extra winter wear, snow boots, scarves, mittens.
Where do you get a size 20 Raggedy Ann?
Yeah, exactly. You had to be real creative.
Do you remember any of your Halloween costumes?
Well, again, we had talked about it earlier. We're, throwing it back old school where your mom would take you to ShopGo. And you'd get to pick out that Wonder Woman costume that came with the preformed plastic mask that had the little itty bitty slit for your mouth.
So creepy. I stick my tongue through there.
We all did. Yeah. And then you'd slice it. The 2 little holes for your. And by the time you had walked 3 houses, there was such a layer of condensation on the inside of that mask that you just ended up wearing it on the top of your head anyway.
And the other thing was just printed plastic. So you were just putting on basically a printed lobster bib, and it would capture, it was like a survival blanket. And with a mask is really what you were wearing. You would go from your body temperature when you get down to be about 110.
Right.
You'd be evaporating from the inside out. It was unsafe.
Good
more
times.
More flammable than a mobile home.
Exactly.
It was. They were so dangerous. They would just melt on the kids and catch on fire. The one I had though was $6 Million Man. That was my favorite was $6 Million Man. That was the last iteration of those boxed, onesie with the mask thing that I remember.
They had a Captain America in that.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
I also had a monkey mask too, which I still have to this day.
Do you really?
Yes.
Wow.
Why?
Well,
that's a great question.
That is
Answer
a great
it, Jack.
question.
Are you into that?
There have been times.
Call me George of the Jungle.
I have a kid picture, and it's my sister with a Frankenstein mask, and I have the monkey mask.
Silver Quack.
This is 50 years ago, and I don't know who had it, but I ended up with I have both. I have the Frankenstein mask and the monkey mask in my house.
The Frankenstein one, I believe, was the best of the slip-on old school, fire retardant thing with the mask. The Frankenstein one was great because I think if I remember right, they made that with glow-in-the-dark paint.
Oh,
so it was the only one where
that's fancy.
That's double fancy, and
that's rich people fancy.
Yeah, that one was $1 more.
Yeah,
that one was $8
at least.
That one was $8, and it was man. They were the greatest though. And you had the pumpkin to put your candy in.
Oh, the plastic pumpkin.
Yeah, but those things sucked though because the kind of candy we were loading in there, they didn't stress test it because the straps would break inevitably.
That's why the pillowcase. That's why the pillowcase.
There should be more glow-in-the-dark stuff.
Yeah.
That's so much more fun.
Oh, man. When we were living in Baldwin and Halloween there is...
It was insane.
There's no way to explain it.
I saw a video of it.
There's genuinely no way to explain. I remember walking out to get a reload candy, right? But my wife had left it in the kitchen, was on the second floor. So I go up to the second floor and I come back down. When I walked outside, there was a 60-kid line ready to come up the stairs and get handed candy. 60 kids.
That's
and
Baldwin Park.
then just mobs of people. And it was just the worst of them. Just the worst of them. No, actually, they were very cool.
I remember that you took a photo of a little girl.
Oh yeah, and I got called out for that.
Oh, that's right. Her dad asked you not to take photos. Hey,
I was taking
photos of my kid,
I was
freak.
taking photos for my social feed, and I didn't think anything of it. And I took a picture of a 6-year-old girl. And Dad's like, "Hey man, what are you doing there?" I'm like, "What? What are you? It's for the internet." He's like, "That's what I mean." I'm like, "Not that internet, dude." And he goes, he actually said, "Please don't use that." And I said, "I'll delete it."
Savvy dad.
And I said, "I'll delete it right now." And turned around and he watched me delete it. I said, "It was just for my social media feed showing kids the." He goes, "I get it, but no." I was to be honest with you, I remember thinking, "Man, you are on my porch,
Right.
so yeah, I'll take all the pictures I want. How about that? You can sue me over it."
Oh, wow. It's like Jimmy met Jimmy.
Right, exactly. 407 916 1041.
And he didn't like him very much.
I don't know how to word this question without it being
offensive to me.
No,
a wee bit.
Why worry about that now?
To him or to all of us?
No, for Jim.
Okay, go for it.
What do you think that was an every person rule, or do you think it was a you thing?
What do you mean, buddy? You mean that he wouldn't let anybody do that, or is
yeah,
it he
yeah.
was just focusing
if
on
you
me?
walked
I
out
would think
with if you walked out with like a backwards hat, and just
I look younger. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just wonder.
No, I still don't think he would have liked it. It's still a strange man. Was it a little girl or a little boy?
It was a little girl.
Yeah. You just said it was a 6-year-old little girl.
Yeah, it was a girl, yeah.
Yeah, if your wife was taking the picture, does the same conversation happen?
She's right beside me. She's literally right there with me handing out the candy, but he didn't even, and he wasn't
rude.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, and I completely understood. I have 3 daughters. I completely understood.
Yeah, that's a savvy dad in this day and age.
But he was on my porch.
Like I said, he met Jim.
Begging for free candy.
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Begging for stuff, even worse. All right, 407-916-1041. Ross and I played golf this morning.
Oh, yeah, how'd that go?
Well, we're going to tell you at 6 o'clock for Ross Thoughts.
What?
Oh, you're going to keep us in suspense.
We're gonna have to.
Was it that bad?
You have to tune into Ross Thoughts today.
Is it possible for you both to lose?
To find out exactly what happened this morning while we played golf.
Because we were told yesterday that we would be able to tell how the game went by which one of you would be more sullen than the other, and yet you both kind of came in.
Yeah, neither too sullen, but
No.
Jimmy seems oddly cheery.
I wouldn't go that far.
We had a discussion.
For Jimmy.
We had a discussion about how we're going to handle this before we got in today.
Oh, wow. Sound like a married couple.
We're both very well prepared.
Oh.
And we'll find out today at 6 o'clock exactly how it went this morning.
I guess they tied.
And the dessert of this tease, it was unbelievably close. I'll say that.
Okay.
The final scores were close.
Okay. We can say that for sure.
Just to let you know, Jim.
All right.
Just think of that. One mistake.
Yeah.
One mistake could have been the difference.
Oh, easily.
Oh, wow.
That is the game of golf.
Yeah. One of you have to be kicking your own ass. Right?
407-916-1041. You can text us again, 77031. We do have Animal House today. Cool interview coming up a little bit later in the show, 5 o'clock or so. Brian and Jenny stop in from Stop Soldier Suicide and Vet Fest, a big event they have going, 3-day event that they'll tell you about and how you can help out if you want to hop in and support what they do there. We'll do that at 5 o'clock. Of course, we have Ross Thoughts today. We have trivia today. Tons of stuff to get to today. Tons of fun topics out there. Deb, what is coming up?
Well, we've got a new tropical depression forms in the Atlantic. Tom Brady hints at retirement. His wife says she has, quote, concerns. I'm not kidding you.
Wow.
And a 90s rapper helps a marching band get to London for Band Week. We'll talk about that more coming up next during Woke News. Just all kinds of goodies in there
All right,
for
good.
you.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. If you want to leave us a talk back, you can do that as well, and it's easy. Just get the iHeartRadio app, download it. It's absolutely free and very easy to use. Go to Real Radio. Once you get there, you'll see a little microphone. Leave us a little talk back. We'll play those throughout the program as we do every single day. Plus, we'll have a Twitter poll for you a little bit later as well. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio.
Hands-free real music as tactile stimulation is a thing of the past.
This is a knob. What? People used to twist them.
Gross. Tell your smart speaker to play Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Well, traffic's still at a standstill heading south on the Turnpike from an accident between 429 and the 408. 2 left lanes remain blocked here. Avoid this area right now. We're seeing delays westbound on I-4 now between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway, as well as eastbound between State Roads 536 and 535. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Summer days getting shorter and business to-do lists getting longer? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Sponsor your first job and get hiring today by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Man, if you're thinking about a new fence, a beautiful new fence from our friends over at Mossy Oak Fence is the way to go. It adds appeal and value to your home. Also, a really incredible way to provide more safety, security for your family, your kids, and your pets. Maybe you have a new dog, a new puppy. Just visit mossyoakfences.com and ask about their puppy picket. Also, at Mossy Oak Fence, your family's safety and security is their number one priority. Put the fence freaks to work for you the way I did and get the fence of your dreams like I did as well. Just visit mossyoakfences.com. And remember, you need to let the Mossy family protect your family today.
This hour of Real Radio 104.1 brought to you by FloridaJobsNow.com.
Ram Power Days is going on now with our most powerful lineup of trucks ever. Hurry in and don't just feel the power, own it. Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn and Laramie. Not compatible with any other offer. 0% APR financing for 72 months equals $13.89 per month for 1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer ends 10/31/2022.
There are some financial institutions who care more about helping you reach your goals, so they offer solutions and tools to make something that seems impossible become a reality. Fairwinds. Visit fairwinds.org.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
I need an AC tune-up.
For a new expensive AC system, press 1.
No, I just need scheduled service on the old one.
We're having a sale on new ones.
No, it's just the previous owners didn't maintain the system.
We try to avoid maintenance.
Why is that?
Bad for business. If you maintain them, they last longer. Can't sell you a new one if the old one still works.
But I want preventative.
Preventative. There's your problem. Just leave it alone. And do call us when it completely falls apart.
This would never happen with Frank Gay.
But you didn't call Frank Gay.
Well,
did you?
I hate learning the hard way.
Regular maintenance plans help prevent breakdowns with your AC, plumbing, and electrical systems. When you join the Frank Gay family plan, you'll solve small problems before they become big ones.
Frank Gay's family plan will put companies like us out of business. How do you sleep at night?
Like a baby.
FrankGayServices.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out. Packed with illustrations, the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart, conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. Available October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show. Already in progress.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate that very much on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. I am Jim. Jack and Ross sit right over there. Let's get a check of the news. Here's Deb.
And now, it's time for Woke News.
It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole world.
On the Jim Colbert Show.
Woke News brought to you by Home Loans Radio and that mortgage guy, Don. All right, forecasters at the National Hurricane Center in Miami are tracking a new tropical depression that's formed in the Atlantic. Tropical Depression 7 is located about 800 miles east of the Leeward Islands with maximum sustained winds of 35 miles an hour. It's moving to the west at 14 miles an hour and is expected to become a tropical storm tonight or tomorrow. The National Hurricane Center says if it does become a named system, it will be named Fiona.
Aww.
The sixth named system of the season.
Fiona or Fiona?
Fee as in Fiona.
As in Shrek.
As in Shrek.
Yeah.
That explains Deb's giddiness.
It has a 50% chance of development over the next 5 days. Now, the area is expected to move over both Puerto Rico and Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic, and that could be as early as this weekend that they could be looking at a minimal tropical storm blowing into the area at this time. Not expected to impact the U.S., but we'll, of course, keep an eye on the forecast track.
You know, you just said Tropical Depression 7?
7, yep.
If hurricanes were named numbers, way more terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You just said Tropical Storm 7, and I was like, oh, God. Oh, no, it's here.
What's in the box?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it feels different when you're a homeowner, too. All right, in South Florida, the defense has rested its case in the sentencing of convicted Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz in South Florida. Remember, this thing was supposed to go on for 4 months.
Right, I just saw that. And apparently the judge is like perplexed of why it happened.
Well, the state is asking for time to plan a rebuttal because they were expecting 40 more witnesses from the defense. 40 more witnesses, and all of a sudden today they're like, we rest.
What they're saying is that he suffered from fetal alcohol syndrome, and maybe they think that sunk in with the jury, and they don't have to put anybody else on, all right? I don't know.
Well, jurors will be back in court for the rebuttal Tuesday, September 27th, with closing arguments expected to begin the week of October 10th. Meanwhile, speaking to that point, Jimmy, a medical doctor who specializes in fetal alcohol spectrum disorder doesn't believe the convicted school shooter has fetal alcohol syndrome. Nicholas Cruz's IQ is 83, but he does have at least 2 cognitive impairments in neurodevelopment. Not only that, In studying Cruz's mother, Dr. Kenneth Jones says he's never seen a pregnant woman drink so much alcohol. And he's also said that alcohol has the greatest impact on the development of a baby of any illicit drug.
Wow, really?
Yeah, it's alcohol. While his weight and height were average, Cruz had to be resuscitated at birth with low oxygen levels. Just one juror is needed to vote against the death penalty for Cruz to be sentenced to life behind bars for killing 17 and injuring 17 others on Valentine's Day 2018.
Yeah, I think they got one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be the only thing. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they felt that testimony hit the hardest with everything they've brought out. They had
Right.
nothing else to offer, really, and rather than drag it out.
Unless it's from the same law firm that represented Alex Jones, and they're like, we'll punt.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
83 IQ is, that's
Oh, yeah, that's
really low. I think
that's not good.
The average IQ is like, 98 or something, or
Yeah.
100 or right at that. So
Yeah. So, but, we'll wait and see what happens, but a lot of surprises out of that one. All right, a ruling is expected today in a lawsuit against Orange County's proposed rent control referendum. Landlords are fighting against the idea of allowing voters to decide on a rent cap increase this fall. Now, you remember commissioners already approved the ordinance, putting it on the ballot, but the lawsuit claims the county failed to acknowledge a study that proves the ordinance would not help the housing problem residents are facing. A judge plans to decide whether the challenge will move forward, potentially impacting the November ballot. So as it stands right now, Orange County voters should be able to vote on it, but it depends on where this lawsuit goes.
Yeah.
It may not be. In the meantime, though, efforts are underway to double the number of affordable housing units in Orange County. Commissioners approved an updated plan yesterday to create another 2,500 units in Metro Orlando. Now, the project calls for nearly $51 million in public funding, and this comes as the number of people filing for evictions rose by 1,700 last month alone.
Yep.
Unbelievable numbers. All right, NASA is considering whether it should shut down a fire station at the Kennedy Space Center. The agency says the Brevard County facility hasn't responded to a call in 5 years.
Right, yeah.
Now, the station president says NASA has not given them a good enough reason for the change that would force a dozen firefighters to lose their job. The agency noted that there would still be 2 other stations nearby which already answer 90% of the calls, but officials worry the closure could cause longer response times. I wouldn't want to have to make that decision.
Nope.
I mean, that is nuts.
I know, isn't it? Like
5
next to
years.
rocket fuel?
5 years.
It's just nuts that there's been 12 people just showing up,
I know.
chilling.
And getting
Getting
paid
paid for 5 years.
for 5 years and not answering a call.
I mean, I'm rooting for them. I want them to keep their job.
You know why? Because I don't know how close is this to what NASA is doing on the Space Coast, and with all of this ramped up activity, I don't know if shutting down a fire station, if it's close to all of these launch pads. And again, I'm just stating, and I really don't know, but with everything going on the Space Coast, I would like to think more fire stations is better than less.
Yeah.
Strong chance, even if they shut it down, those 12 people just stay there because they don't know what else to do. This is who I am.
Well, in the meantime, a rocket launch tonight could light up the Space Coast sky. SpaceX is hoping to finally launch that Falcon 9 rocket from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Tonight, launch time is set for 9:48. It was supposed to go off last night, but it was scrubbed due to weather. The rocket again carrying another 54 Starlink satellites that'll help SpaceX spread high-speed internet around the world.
Last blast. Almost done.
Unlikely.
Okay.
I think they're going to just perpetually go up. I'll be 70. They'll be still sending those things up.
They may not be able to launch rockets soon.
I know,
Right, yeah.
exactly. They'll have to clear it with SpaceX. Okay, you guys talk a lot about brewers. There's a lot of local brewers
Oh, yeah.
that you love.
So much good beer. I want it right now.
Are you aware of an issue? At least this is facing beer drinkers in North Florida, but a problem in Mississippi could soon affect beer drinkers here in Florida.
What's that?
Some breweries are dealing with a carbon dioxide shortage because of contamination reported at a CO2 production center in Mississippi. Now, for those who don't know, breweries use CO2 to make the beer fizzy. And Jacksonville brewery owner Brian Miller says he's in danger of running out.
Wow.
Not only that, but the limited supply that is out there is also more expensive, too. Kind of like the same helium shortage. Good luck if you can get your balloons filled at some places. Miller may have to pass those costs on to his customers, but he tells First Coast News that he knows he can only raise prices so much before customers are just simply going to look elsewhere.
Yep.
So if you have that favorite beer, local brewery, you may want to snatch it up now rather than later.
Last time you consumed a beer, Jim?
What's the day?
Wednesday. September 14th?
Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, Monday.
Ross?
Had a beer after work Monday.
I haven't had
Might
a
have a
beer
problem.
in, I don't know, 5, maybe 6 days.
Yeah, it was probably Orlando City was the last time, right?
Yeah. But, man,
Yeah, we got-
Mezcal Old Fashions.
Oh, really?
Wow, I've never heard of those.
Dog.
Really? All right.
Lord Almighty.
All right, I see your face. I see your face. Okay, thanks, Jack. Jack donged it up and he didn't have one.
I know. I guess somebody doesn't have to bag.
Right.
Anyway,
I can tell by his
moving on.
excitement.
Oh, God, they're too good.
This is a story we have talked about several times and wondered, A, how it can happen, and B, how can you keep it from happening again? Well, Tampa is going to go ahead and take steps to memorialize the city's rich history and heritage. That's what Mayor Jane Castor said yesterday in announcing new protections for all cemeteries in the city. Of course, we've talked about how many different buildings, municipal buildings, other, commercial office space that have been built on top of what had been abandoned, mostly African-American cemeteries. She says this will apply to public and privately owned cemeteries and lands that have yet to be discovered. City Council Chair Joseph Citro says this will ensure their cemeteries are protected in perpetuity, even as the city grows and changes around them.
Man, there are little graveyards everywhere around Central Florida.
Everywhere.
There's one right around the corner here. You know where that Winn-Dixie is on 1792?
Yes.
That behind there
Yes.
is this ratty-ass graveyard that looks like it looked like they built it and then just abandoned it. And
Ooh.
there's not more than, 10, 15, 20 graves in the entire thing, Jack?
If that, it's just a little lot with some headstones in it, and you're like, ooh,
It's got
creepy.
an old wrought iron gate, like white painted. It used to have a white painted wrought iron gate around it. Oh God, it's so creepy.
Behind a pizza place and a Chinese food restaurant.
I talk about the island that my mother is from in Colombia. And what's weird is the house that my great-grandfather built, I mean, that's where they buried family members in some cases before ended up being put in a crypt because you can't bury in the ground here necessarily.
Yeah, all throughout the rural South, you can just walk around in the woods, and I mean, if there was an estate or a plantation near, you can bet your ass everybody that lived near that thing was buried on that property and probably just got forgotten.
Yeah.
Could I put it in my will that I want to be buried in my backyard?
No.
I don't think you can do that.
You can't do that anymore.
You have to own a golf club.
Well, what if? No.
No,
Nothing.
you think go over to Europe, go to like Cornwall in England, where all of those fields, you walk through some of those fields and it's nothing to stumble over an ancient headstone that's been there since the Vikings landed.
Yeah.
See,
It's unbelievable.
But when I get buried, I don't want to get buried like too deep. I want like a big toe just shooting out.
I want to be buried like lengthwise.
Yeah.
Vertically.
That saves space.
Yeah, you're right. It does.
No doubt.
Tom Brady says he's, quote, close to the end, end quote.
Of his marriage?
Of his NFL career. Probably that as well. The 7-time Super Bowl winning quarterback made the remark on his Let's Go podcast. Brady said
that would be the name of that guy's podcast, right?
Brady said being 45 years old means you have different commitments and obligations, most importantly, his children.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning us in, Tom. We appreciate that. Thanks for telling the world that there are things other than your kids. We appreciate that.
He said he hasn't had a Christmas or Thanksgiving normal holiday in over 20 years and hasn't been able to celebrate birthdays with people he cares about born from August to late January. Brady's wife, Gisele Bündchen, recently said she had quote-unquote concerns about her husband taking the field at 45 years of age.
That's gotta suck. At the very least, a little bit. Heavy pros and cons to be Tom Brady's children.
Yeah, no question. But it's weird because, it's on him. But, he told her he was quitting, and then he came back. And I mean, you just can't do that. That woman was probably already planning the next 10 years of their life together without a football game to be watched or listened to. And then he crashes her world by saying, I'm going back.
Who has the higher net worth?
She does.
I do think she does, actually.
Would he get They call that palimony.
I believe
Yeah,
so.
well,
When it's a guy.
It sounds positive.
400 million net worth of Gisele Bündchen.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's net worth, 250 million.
Oh, yeah. She's got him.
I mean, imagine being Tom Brady's kids and no one likes you.
And your mom and your dad's the greatest quarterback that ever played, and your mom out-earns him like 1.5 to 1.
Oh, man. Everyone's just like, yeah, don't be a father.
Yeah.
We need you down, man. The Buccaneers need you. You're the Buccaneers' dad.
Nobody ever said do it for Tampa.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Tampa, we're still going to stick around there. Real quick, I did want to bring you this breaking news. Amtrak has now suspended Florida trains as concerns about a rail worker strike grow. They have a Friday deadline where 60,000 rail workers, including mostly engineers and conductors, are going to be walking onto the picket line, and that would affect everything from Amtrak trains that run through Florida to Sunrail as well. Now, Sunrail's ridership isn't where they want it to be. It's about 4,000 people a day, but that's still 4,000 people a day that are off our roads. And if that rail strike happens, which they're hoping to avert with meetings with the labor secretary over the next couple of days.
You're talking about some freight nightmares, guys. You're talking about some,
my gosh.
You think the supply issue was bad before? Wait till they shut the trains down?
And you know, one of the issues is scheduling. Because right now, if they're not on the job, because of the supply chain issues that we've had, the conductors and engineers are basically on call 24/7 if they're not already on the job, which means you can't make a doctor's appointment. You can't take your kids to the doctors.
Same thing the airlines are dealing with right now.
Exactly. So they're being worked to the bone. But unfortunately, if they strike, it's going to make getting gas, getting groceries, getting home supply, getting construction supply, everything.
And if they strike, when the strike clears up, it doesn't immediately go back to normal.
No, it doesn't.
That's what we're seeing with supply chains in the pandemic.
Right.
There's that
2-year backlog.
The
cargo
accordion
ships.
effect.
Yeah, exactly. The inchworm.
Yeah, with all those ships lining up.
You know who really benefits from this rail strike? I don't know, about a couple hundred people a year who can't seem to not stop their car on train tracks.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's amazing.
And the shipping issue, even though we still don't talk about it a lot, it really hasn't been resolved to the point that they would like, so much so that a lot of shipping companies are making the very expensive decision of going through the Great Lakes.
Yep.
Because it will get them through to other ports where they can at least unload their products rather than sitting in the coast off the west coast of the United States waiting to be able to get into port.
Guys, there are people air freighting stuff and paying 4 times, 8 times as much just to get the product to the customer because they have to fulfill their demands. I mean, it's crazy.
And it's going to get crazier. So if you're planning your holiday travel, don't look to do it by train. Busch Gardens in Tampa has new bragging rights. Industry publication Amusement Today has named Busch Gardens Iron Gwazi the Golden Ticket Award winner for Best New Roller Coaster for 2022.
Really?
Yeah, Iron Gwazi, I did not know, is billed as North America's tallest and the world's fastest and steepest hybrid coaster, and it's only been open since March.
Wow.
I bring you this story, Ross, only because I knew it would make you so happy.
Yes, I'm happy right now.
I meant that totally facetiously.
I'm still going to be happy. You can't tell me what to do.
Okay. Lean in then, because soccer great David Beckham can celebrate what Miami's mayor calls a multi-billion-dollar win for the city. The Miami City Commission yesterday gave final zoning approval for Inter Miami Soccer Stadium. Yay, Ross, right?
Yeah, I can't fake it.
Besides the 25,000-seat stadium, Miami Freedom Park will also include office space, retail units, and a hotel on the site of a golf course. The first job will have to be get rid of the contamination under said golf course.
Right. Okay, good.
But the MLS team's owners, including Beckham, can now apply for permits and break ground. And Miami Mayor Francis Suarez tweeted last night that this is one of the best sports deals in the country, because it uses zero taxpayer dollars and adds thousands of new jobs.
Welcome to Arsenic Hills. The first tee's right over there.
It'll never be like our sections.
This hurts to say, but I'm a huge believer in not using taxpayer money for stadiums.
Yeah. I mean,
and so that is
That is a win.
I can put the fandom away and go, I do not like David Beckham. I don't enjoy that team.
But you want big cities to have big soccer facilities because it makes the sport look bigger and attracts more attention for it, and it would make the MLS a bigger player in the global soccer world.
A first ding right there,
Yeah.
second ding, not taxpayer money. That's the same thing that Orlando City did with Exploria Stadium. So I will always applaud that no matter if it's a
Cool.
rival or not.
All
But
right.
they still suck.
Finally, in South Florida, like the lyrics to his most famous song, Vanilla Ice is hoping people will stop, collaborate, and listen. See what I did there? As he asks for donations to help some Palm Beach County kids travel to London. The 90s rapper, whose real name is Robert Van Winkle, the
Nice
coolest
guy,
name
according
of
to
all.
Jim Colbert.
He's the sweetest dude you ever met in your life.
That's what I've heard.
He really is. I tell you what, honestly, what struck me about meeting him the first time, I'm like, this guy wasn't ready to be famous.
Oh,
like,
really?
Yeah, he just doesn't have that. When you meet really famous people, there's a certain cool to them beyond the obvious because they're that famous. There's a certain confidence with being that famous. You're comfortable with it already. He was not comfortable. It was a novelty to him. It was a unique experience being around him for a little over a day. It was great.
Well, he stopped by the Riviera Beach Preparatory School where the Sounds of Success Community Marching Band were practicing yesterday. Now, he says those band members are mostly inner city kids. So he's urging, another way of saying shaming, well-off residents of towns like Palm Beach and Wellington, where Van Winkle lives, to help the band get to London's Band Week next week. Now, they have to raise the $50,000 down payment by the 25th of this month. That's a lot of money. The rapper has donated $1,000 himself, and the band is holding a raffle where participants can purchase a $100 ticket with the chance to win one of 6 prizes, including a BMW and a Hyundai.
Damn.
Yeah. Hope those kids get to go.
Props to Van Winkle. You had one massive hit, but you had to do some soul searching after that.
Yeah, and basically were the mockery of the country after that.
Oh, yeah.
And basically the antithesis of what everybody thought hip hop should be. I mean,
I know he had a really bad Arsenio Hall interview that really hit him hard, but then, he got on like HGTV. He kept the dream alive.
dude, he made a movie.
He made a movie.
Hard as ice.
Yeah.
Or as cool as ice. Or something is ice.
He was also in another movie. He found the ability to kind of poke fun at himself, and, good for him.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, exactly. What can you do, right? All right, and then finally, who's having trouble falling asleep at night?
I do not have that problem. Man, I got to tell you, I greatly sympathize with people who deal with insomnia. My wife deals with it, and it is.
Well, this
it
isn't
is
insomnia.
Oh, no? What?
No, this isn't insomnia. It turns out more and more Americans are losing sleep due to concerns about the state of the world.
Wow.
Yeah.
A national survey of more than 2,000 participants finds that the changes over the past few years are keeping Americans awake at night. Nearly 1 in 5 respondents say they struggle to fall asleep because they're too worried about everything happening around them.
Wow, it's so
The global
crazy.
pandemic, political division, and 2 years of turbulent events were the biggest reasons that Americans are struggling to sleep. Now, the survey also found that Americans try to alleviate sleep issues using bad habits, especially when it comes to screen time.
Yeah.
Half say they use their phones right at bedtime, and 37% fall asleep with their TV on. And then finally, speaking of sleep and how important it is for parents with babies, science may have found the secret to getting a crying baby to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Left hook.
And it's not a hammer. That's what I guessed.
Propofol.
A new study found that the best way is to hold the baby and walk for 5 minutes, then sit and hold the baby for another 5 to 8 minutes. And this seemed to work day or night.
That's an entire quarter of football.
The study was published Tuesday in the journal Current Biology. I also heard of the 4 or 5 S's: swaddle, side, shh, and sound.
Yeah, sound. Look, I got to tell you,
That white noise.
a running motor,
vacuum cleaner,
a
car
dust
engine.
buster. I used a salad shooter. Anything that goes, "ee," that's all you need. Shut it. It's magic. It is. It's a magic trick. It's like you're a cobra tamer at that point. Just put your kid in a basket.
Play a bassoon.
In a basket.
That's it. We would just turn the vacuum cleaner on in the room. Come back 5 minutes later, gone. Worked every time.
Yeah.
Yep. And then hammer.
And now you all are officially woke. Woke News is brought to you by Home Loans Radio with that mortgage guy, Don. Yeah, mortgage rates aren't the only thing that have gone up recently. So has your home values. And that means you can tap into your hard-earned equity right now to maybe do like Jimmy did and build a pool. Or go with the holidays around the corner. You can update or add bathrooms or even expand your home. And it's so easy to do. Go to homeloansradio.com. You can ask Don any mortgage question. He loves that. Get a written quote, in fact. So easy by hitting apply now. Again, that's homeloansradio.com or thatmortgagguydon.com.
Thanks, Deb. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Back with more of the Jim Colbert Show right after this.
Real radio is Real Music Weekends. Real Music Weekends. This weekend on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by attorney Mo DeWitt. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com.
Happy Wednesday, everyone. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro with a look at your Central Florida forecast. The heat is on this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 90s and feels like temperatures will be in the triple digits. Something to keep in mind for any of those outdoor plans. Make sure you're taking breaks inside the AC. And storm chances on the rise to 70% coverage this afternoon, bringing the threat of heavy rain, frequent lightning, as well as gusty winds. For the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Allison Gargaro.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Summer days getting shorter and business to-do lists getting longer? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Sponsor your first job and get hiring today by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Your new bathroom is right there in Altamont Springs. You don't know it yet because you haven't called Rebath yet, but you're going to because they're awesome. And if you do need a new bathroom, that is the route to go. And here's why. Because these guys only do bathrooms, and they build beautiful bathrooms as well. You can actually see some of the before and afters at rebathmidfla.com. And here's what they do, man. It's Dave Denbauer, by the way, and his son. They've been running this company forever. Great relationship with these guys, have for years. Great products and incredible craftsmanship as well. Not to mention they're a national company. That means you get that coverage of a national company. This is not a chuck in the truck coming by and installing your bathroom over a period of 6 months, charging you more every time and giving you materials you didn't want. This is their materials, and they look amazing. You can actually see them in their showroom, 436 up in Altamont. They're right across from Kobe and very easy to find. You'll see some models when you walk in, and that's just to show you what the product looked like as a bathroom. Every bathroom at Rebath is custom, right? Those are there just to show you the products. And once you hire these guys, you're done because they have everything. Log on to the website today. Look at those before and afters, and then book your appointment. Your new bathroom is right there in Altamont at rebathmidfla.com.
If you've been involved in a car accident and are not sure of your legal options, call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. And take back control of your life.
Office in Orlando.
Having trouble with your AC? Call our friends at Mills Air, 407-277-1159. With 30 years of experience, they can certainly help you out. Carrier factory authorized dealers with up to $1,275 in rebates towards that brand new Carrier unit. Family owned and operated, it's millsair.com.
You know how right when you wake up, you start craving food, but you're not entirely sure what you're wanting? Psst, it's McDonald's. The new crispy chicken biscuit, to be exact. You want the one thing that's so crispy, so juicy, and oh so tender, sandwiched between two buttery, flaky biscuits. You want the good stuff. And now you can mix and match 2 for $6, including the sausage McMuffin with egg and bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
A meal at McDonald's brings my family closer together. And now that same meal helps bring other families closer together. When we order a family bundle deal that has 40 crispy chicken McNuggets and 2 large fries, McDonald's donates 50 cents to local Florida Ronald McDonald House Charities chapters, providing a home away from home so families can stay close to their child during medical care. We can also round up our order and the extra will get donated. Food, family, and helping others? What could be better? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
It's an unprecedented diamond buying opportunity at International Diamond Center. 3 days only this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. IDC is rolling out the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds ever seen here. And you can buy like a dealer buys. Choose from thousands of GIA and Forever Mark diamonds. These are the best of the best, certified by the world's top gem labs. Rare, precious diamonds at prices never seen before. Rounds, princess cuts, emerald cuts, cushion cuts, ovals, from 1 carat to 20 carat diamonds, all on sale. Don't be surprised to see jewelry store owners and diamond brokers shopping at this event. It's IDC's largest and most aggressive public diamond buying event ever. And if that wasn't enough, we're offering 0 interest financing. Plus, for these 3 days, you get extra savings and incentives on all engagement ring mountings, including Tacora. Don't miss this amazing opportunity. An open to the public multi-million-dollar diamond buying event. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only. And only at International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando showrooms. On approved credit, restrictions may apply.
Identity theft shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, more than $14 billion were stolen last year. That's a criminal success story and a wake-up call for everyone else. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
If you're a pro that paints, the Home Depot is here to save you money. Paint stores try to convince you you're getting a good deal by offering deep discounts on paint, but what they don't tell you is the starting price is too high to begin with. The real question is, how much are you paying per gallon? Nobody beats the Home Depot's price per gallon on Behr paint, guaranteed. We offer everyday low prices on every gallon of top-rated Behr paint, stains, and primers. Plus, our pros earn discounts through our Pro Extra Paint Rewards program. That's the value of the Home Depot. How doers get more done. U.S. only. See store for details.
You need more than fast internet. You need ultra-fast Xfinity internet that checks all the boxes. Ultra-fast internet that's strong enough to power a house full of devices? Check. Ultra-fast internet that's also reliable? Check. Whew. Ultra-fast internet with unlimited data included so you can do more of what you love online? With smarter network security? All starting at way less than you think? Check, check, check. That's internet that checks all the boxes. That's Xfinity. Get an amazing value on Xfinity internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 12 months. There's no annual contract required, so it's risk-free. And there are no equipment fees. Plus, activate advanced security free with the X5 Gateway. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. New fast internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 12 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show. Also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on Facebook.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks so much for tuning in. We appreciate that very much. Animal House coming up in about 10 minutes or so. I'm Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. President Biden in Michigan today for the big auto show. I think they call it the North American International Auto Show. It used to be just called the Detroit Auto Show.
Come on, man. It's cold.
Come on, man. He's up there, I guess, touring the facility, trying to fire up the auto workers, and announcing a massive influx of electric charging stations across the U.S. I think he's dedicated about $900 million to create over 55, I think it's right at 57,000 new charging stations for EV vehicles as companies make the switch over to petroleum and to hybrids at the very least. A lot of companies have made statements that they plan on being fully electric by 2035. And these are some of the biggest car makers out there.
Ford being one, but now we need to shore up the electric grid.
We do.
They're saying that it's these drastic temperature changes due to climate change are putting more stress on the system, which is why California is saying, please conserve your power as well as your water.
Right, yeah.
You know, Texas has had the issue through, it was what, winter a year ago?
Exactly.
Yeah. And, you know, we have an EV. We have one of the Mach-E Mustangs. We've talked about it at length. Actually, coming up on the 24th, we would have had it exactly 1 year. because we got it on that very date. And we have not paid for gas in a year. No oil changes for a year.
That's got to feel great to say.
No gas or oil changes for a year. That is thousands of dollars because of the miles that my wife drives. We drove to Tampa a couple weekends ago on a whim. The car wasn't fully charged. We had about 185 miles of charge on it.
Where'd you get stuck?
So we go over to the casino, and we get to the casino, and we're like, wow, we have 91 miles to get home, and we have 96 miles of charge. Now, 96 miles of charge is like if you're going 50 miles an hour downwind, no AC. When they make those charging numbers and those miles numbers, they use the optimum situations. 75 degrees, no AC, blah blah blah, and an hour car will get over 300 miles in a single charge. We've done it. We went to Longboat Key and back on one charge. But I will tell you, the experience that we had when we got done with the casino, when I realized we're not going to make it home, and I'm not getting stuck on I-4
in San Lando.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was really late.
By the big dinosaur.
So we went online, found out, okay, well, the Flying J, or the Love's truck stop.
Oh, the only Love's around.
Off on 27.
I had a radio station appearance there once.
Highway 27, and it says multiple charging stations open and ready to go because they on the Ford app and the app you have for the Mach-E, it tells you can actually map out where to go and how far it is between each station and how long it'll take to charge. Well, we pulled into this charging station. We sat there and had a conversation and kind of hung out for a few minutes, checked our text messages and stuff. I think we were there for 20 minutes, and in 20 minutes, we gained about 130 miles in charge. And we weren't even on a hypercharger. We were on just one of the superchargers.
So how does that? You pay for the charge?
$7.
You just swipe.
It was swipe a card as if you were at a gas pump. $7.25 got us 130 miles of distance.
I'm doing it.
And I'm telling you,
that would be 2 gallons of gas, and in a best car, you're looking at 70 miles, 80 miles on 2 gallons of gas. Yeah.
Well, no, not
what?
Oh,
well, it depends on
You got your hybrid numbers in there.
Oh, sorry.
Probably
yeah.
the average on a gallon of gas is probably like 21.
You're right.
If I had to guess, probably about 21 miles of the gallon.
I forgot about all those pickups out there.
$7.25 got us about 125, 30 miles, if I can remember right. And it was as easy as it gets. And the great thing is, if you have the EVs, you have the big panel, whether it be a Tesla, a Mach-E, whatever the case may be. You basically have a giant iPad as your control center. So what you do is you pull in, you plug in, you load your Netflix up or whatever app you like to watch your entertainment, and you sit back and watch a little bit of a baseball game or watch a bit of a movie or a favorite show for a minute. Go get a bite to eat, whatever. In 30 minutes, you're going to have charges to go another couple hundred miles.
Are all of the plugs universal? So does a Tesla charge work on your car?
That is a great question.
Okay, so that's an interesting question because I think Ford tried to make a deal with Tesla to make all the charging stations universal. I don't think Elon Musk wanted to do that. The first station we pulled into was a specifically a Tesla charging station, and their charger would not work for hours. And that's an issue because here's the thing, they all want the credit for it. And I've heard that Ford is developing a charging system that will take you from 10% to 90% in about 6 minutes. And it'll cost you $1.50 would be a gallon or whatever. So that would cost you like $25.
Either the car or the charger, one of them needs to have a universal adapter.
Yeah, and there are adapters for them, but when you have those competing companies, by the way, that's the only one we have found that did not work with our car. It's the only time it never worked. And can I tell you, my wife, she even admitted she may have done it wrong because of the way that they hang on the charger. The other one just goes right in.
And as you started this, as Biden was talking about the money being invested in a national charging platform, that would have to be universal.
Yeah, it would definitely have to be. Yeah,
if the government's funding it, it would have to be.
And I think the others were. I think the other one worked. I just think that it was 2:30 in the morning, and we were just kind of.
So you're blaming Tori for this?
I am. Yeah. Yeah. She's in Detroit, not listening, so it's fine. All right. 407.
Ironically, in Detroit.
916-1. She's at that car show.
Or coincidentally, I guess.
She's at the car show, showing off the Mach-E. Boy, they have something coming out. Ford has something coming out. I think it's already out there, but I think they're unveiling it here. It's a new car. It's not a new car. It's a new version of one of their older cars.
I was all excited about Tesla for a while. I've never been in a Tesla, right? Everything I've read about it has excited me. I know my next vehicle will be an e-vehicle, but it'll be many years from now. But what I am really excited to see, like the reviews on the Mustang,
the Mach-E,
have been so great. I'm excited to see as all these other companies start catching up to where Tesla really kind of led the way. It's exciting to see all of this stuff happening.
The Mach-E is an amazing vehicle.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'll tell you something. Ferrari just announced they're making a 4-door vehicle now. I don't know if you saw that.
Whoa.
Because Porsche's selling those as fast as you can make them. Porsche's selling their 4-door Porsches. You can't make them fast enough.
The Cayenne?
Oh, yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
You literally can't get them off they just sell as fast as you can make them. Ferrari's like, well, we're missing out on that cash. They tried to make, and they're making a 4-door Ferrari, and it looks almost exactly like the Mach-E. Like, it looks really close to it. Styling's great. All right, 407-916-1041. Animal House next.
The new monthly budget includes a substantial slush fund for tacos. In case you were wondering where all the rappers are coming from. Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. goldsmithjewelry.com.
Well, avoid southbound travel on the Turnpike. A serious crash still is blocking 2 left lanes between 429 and the 408, causing a standstill there. Eastbound travel on I-4 is still steady between State Roads 536 and 535. Westbound delays on I-4 now between Princeton Street and Robinson Street. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber. HOA and condo board members. Make your job easier and bring the fastest, most reliable fiber internet and TV service to your residential community with Blue Stream Fiber. Because no one complains about great internet and TV. Visit BlueStreamFiber.com/bulk today.
Tijuana Flats bringing street corn back to the masses in a major way with a complete street corn takeover of the restaurants. This year, the limited offer is even bigger and better with bold new recipes and flavors. Starting at only $9.99. Featured in 2 of the entrees is that new chili garlic steak marinated in bold Mexican flavors, flash seared and tossed in this beautiful sauce. 5 street corn dishes, including tacos, quesadillas, burritos, bowls, and a street corn side, all available now, and they are delicious. If you haven't tried these items at Tijuana Flats, that street corn and chicken taco thing is so good. Go give it a shot. It's Tijuana Flats.
Tobacco-Free Florida has many free ways to help you quit nicotine. From free 2-week starter kits of quit aids to free cessation services like Phone Quit and Group Quit. We're even trying out new motivational tactics.
You're the greatest quitter. He's tobacco's greatest quitter. He's tobacco's greatest quitter of all.
Or maybe we'll just stick to the ways we know work. Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com or call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW for free nicotine patches.
Start driving the truck that you deserve today. Visit nationstrucks.com and make no payments until next year with approved credit and get $500 in free gas or diesel fuel with any purchase. Ford, Chevy, Dodge, Ram, GMC, find them all at Nations Trucks, the world's largest independent truck dealer.
Introducing the Amscott Installment Cash Advance. From $100 to $1,000 with no credit checks and flexible payment options. That's more money and more time to pay it back. Amscott. Some restrictions apply, subject to approval.
You've got a beautiful life and big goals you still want to achieve. Help protect them with USAA's Level Term Life Insurance. It's coverage designed with big dreams in mind. Did you know life insurance can help your loved ones cover the cost of mortgage or bills, replace income, or even help with college costs if your earnings were no longer in the picture? That means you can all keep dreaming uninterrupted even if the unexpected happens because USAA's budget-friendly life policy has you covered. USAA will be your partner through the entire process of selecting and setting up your policy. Learn how it works and how to pick the right coverage to protect your loved ones today. Visit USAA.com/keepdreaming to get started. Level Term 5, Form ICC 2099555-01-20. May vary by state. Life insurance provided by USAA Life Insurance Company, San Antonio, Texas. All life insurance products are subject to state availability, issue limitations, and contractual terms and conditions.
All smashed up, don't know what to do. Just call Mo so you won't be singing the blues. Injured and going
Just call Mo. 866-CALL-MO.
Orlando Attorney Mo DeWitt, sung by a non-attorney spokesperson.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. See, where we come from, people do right by each other. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Come on in and let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious. Another reason Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin, from our team member, Nick.
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. Wisconsin is the dairy state, so naturally, Culver's was inspired by everyone's favorite rich and creamy tradition, frozen custard. We make our fresh frozen custard in small batches in every Culver's, and the farm fresh dairy is why it's so decadent. It's a match, or batch, made in heaven.
Come have a taste of Wisconsin. Welcome to Delicious.
Savannah RX Pharmacy is a Medicare-enrolled pharmacy. And great news if you're a Medicare participant. Visit GetYourRapidTest.com now to get up to 8 at-home COVID-19 rapid antigen tests monthly, delivered to you free, including free shipping. This is a 100% valid benefit of Medicare that has only recently been made available. The Federal Medicare COVID-19 Initiative offers Medicare participants free COVID-19 tests every month. Visit GetYourRapidTest.com. That's GetYourRapidTest.com for your free at-home COVID-19 rapid tests. That's GetYourRapidTest.com.
Divorce? Call Trinley & Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind studio. Your accident, your future, your attorney. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or call pound 546 from your cell. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station. We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Hey, Jimmy and the gang. I left a hot take last week about my grandmother living with me, and just letting y'all know, hospice has been called in as of this morning, and she's not doing too good. So if you guys just keep her in your thoughts, and I really appreciate you guys.
Damn, dude. Sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah. You can count on it.
(407-916-1041). Text us 77031. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show here on Real Radio 104.1. I am Jim. Jack and Ross are over there. Deb has Animal House.
She likes them fuzzy, furry, feathery, tough, and scaly. It's time for Animal House with Deborah Roberts.
And Animal House is generously brought to you each and every week by personal injury attorney Glenn Klausman of Klausman Law. We'll tell you how to get in touch with that teddy bear of a man at the end of Animal House. But please join me now in welcoming Deb Munini from the Animal League of Central Florida. Hey, and her kitten Clarice.
Yeah, hi.
She gave you another yeah. How you doing, Deb? Good to see you.
I'm good. How are you guys?
How's things?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good.
Always
Yeah.
have a big smile.
Yes.
What's got you so
I'm
happy
always
today?
happy to be here.
That's what she said. She said she was so happy to be back in studio.
In studio, no less.
Now
This
you're
is
the
great.
You're the Animal League. Now tell us what the Animal League does.
We are a no-kill nonprofit rescue for dogs and cats located in Groveland.
Sweet Groveland.
Sweet Groveland.
Sweet Groveland.
Man, is
I
it
love
growing.
Groveland.
Man, they
Is
have one of
it
the
really?
best. They got one of the. They have one of the best Mexican restaurants in the city of Orlando,
Yep.
right there in that split area. That place is so friggin' good.
I hear a lot of good things
Oh,
about it. Yeah,
so
yeah,
good.
yeah. A lot of good things about it. But Groveland is just growing. I mean, there's so many little subdivisions popping up
Yeah.
out there right now.
It's
which
amazing.
is
Hey,
just
look, can I tell you,
humongous.
where else is there available property?
That's true.
And you know, the very first massive expansion in Orlando when I moved here in the mid '80s was west.
West,
Is
yep.
all that happened? All of that from Hiawassee Road 50 going toward Claremont and Ocoee. That's where the first expansion, the massive expansion of Orlando happened.
Yeah.
And not only that, it was just, I think last week, the Orlando Sentinel wrote an article about all the disappearing farmland in Lake
Yeah.
County that's being,
Yeah.
gobbled up by all these subdivisions. For me, I used to see horse farms, on my drive home, and now it's one burn
and all the
pile.
orange groves and everything.
They're all gone.
Nothing. They're all gone.
When they started building 429, you knew it was going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When they punched that through, they didn't do that because they wanted you to be able to get to Sanford Mount Dora faster. They don't care about that. They want to develop all that land around there.
Yeah.
Which is exactly because, Deb and I were talking about the fact that if it weren't for the 429, 414, we probably wouldn't be living out there.
Yeah, I mean, it took me, 35 minutes to get here from Claremont?
That's insane.
Yeah.
Which is not bad.
That was an hour drive not even 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, tell us about Clarice, because if anyone's out there looking for a little kitten, she is a gorgeous, gorgeous kitten.
beautiful?
She's got a little spot there on her nose.
I should have
she?
named her Cindy for
Yeah.
Cindy Crawford, right? Yeah. No, I named her Clarice because her mom was Clementine.
Okay.
Her brother was Clinton, and then she had a sister Clarabelle.
Got a CL thing, huh?
Yes,
All right, very good.
So she was born in my house on May 16th.
Wow, really?
So I've watched her grow from just a little 3-ounce thing to 3.5 pounds.
She looks pretty docile. Kat says,
yeah.
She's very chill. I was hugging with her in the lobby.
Very friendly. I mean, don't get me wrong. She is still very kitten.
Okay.
She loves to play, but she is very, very cuddly. She's
How
been
old is
sleeping with
she?
us at night. Just turned 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So I know you have a big fundraising thing coming up. And
Fundraising,
And,
we're
and to be
all
honest
about
with you, I love the fact, and if it wasn't on that date, I would have been out there.
Yeah?
That happens to be my anniversary date.
Oh,
the golf-
okay. I'll let you get away with it this year.
No, the golf course you are having this tournament at is one of my favorite tracks. It's one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest, little hidden gems in Orlando for golf.
Seriously.
It's called Green Valley Golf Club.
Yep, Green
and
Valley
it's
Country
been
Club.
there forever, and it's so much fun.
Yeah, it opened in 1966?
Yeah, it's been out there for a long time, and not many people in Orlando know about it. For one thing, it's kind of far out there, so people don't do it. But I used to play there in the '90s all the time.
Oh,
We had a
she
little
can run around.
We had a little set of courses we played all the time, and Green Valley was there.
Yeah.
Great layout.
It's
little hidden gem. It's great.
It's got some big hills in it.
Oh yeah, lots of undulation.
Some big hills, and it's just beautiful scenery. I mean, you're gonna see the sand cranes and other wildlife out there too. It's really beautiful, and they're doing a lot of work on it. They recently redid some of the washout areas that they've been having problems with. So now the grass is just grown up and it's beautiful.
Well, tell us about the tournament. I know this is the 7th annual one.
Seventh annual. Yeah, super excited. We're very happy to be at Green Valley again for our 7th annual Puttin' for Paws golf tournament. So if you're interested in playing, please go to our website, theanimalleague.org, and on our event page, find Puttin' for Paws. There's still sponsorship opportunities available.
Very nice.
And of course, you can register to play. A super ticket is $110 in advance, $125 day of event. You get golf, lunch, 3 mulligans, some raffle prize tickets, and in the putting contest. And last year we did something different with our putting contest. We're doing it again this year, where you spin a big wheel, and there's different ways of doing your putt. And you get 2 chances to put the putt in, and you might land on the granny shot where you have to hit it between your legs.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, Jimmy does that all the
You have
time.
to do it with your your non-dominant hand, and there's a whole bunch of different options. So
Very
that's
cool.
fun.
It does sound like a lot of fun.
Yeah, we have party holes again. We have a couple of really nice sponsors that bring out big stuff and games and whatnot for the party holes.
And for you guys out here who love just play golf, I mean, if you haven't played, because when you punch in golf courses in Orlando, it's because it's in Groveland, it's kind of far out there, so out west. It doesn't kind of come up on the radar. But man, back in the day, we used to play that track all the time.
And it's reasonably priced too. I mean, of all the golf courses around the area, it's really reasonably priced.
And it's so hard to find golf courses in Orlando that have hills, undulation. You actually have to go out to Lake County, like Mission Inn, and find places like that. But this one is really affordable and a lot of fun. Great layout.
Yeah.
Oh God, what a
good
great
restaurant too. They got some good chefs there that they're really kicking up their cooking game. Out there.
Right on. Well, man, we hope you get a bunch of people out there. It's theanimalleague.org.
Theanimalleague.org,
coming up on September 24th. It's Puttin' for Paws.
Yeah. And if you're not into golf, the end of October, we do it's our 14th annual Halloween pet parade and costume contest downtown Claremont during the farmers market.
Oh, that's
awesome.
always a good time.
Very
That's fun.
cool.
That one's fun too.
Yeah, here's the thing. I like going just to see people try to get cats in the costume.
Yeah.
Because they just
We've
get
had a few.
shredded.
Well, right now it's fun just watching. If you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch, Jack is just trying to make sure we don't lose the kitten in any of our components here.
Right.
That sounds like a fun event to just show up a little twisted.
The Halloween thing?
Yeah. Dude, it's like a cat in a mummy costume.
Last year, one of our winners was this guy who dressed up like a postal service guy, and his clothes were all torn up, and he had dogs just hanging
That's
from him.
so good.
And he had his own dog there with like the you're talking about Silence of the Lambs, the mask over it.
Oh, perfect.
It was hysterical. We
That's
had
so
a
good.
good time last year, so I'm hoping to do it bigger and better this year.
How long has the Animal League been along?
Hey, wow, we've been around since 1988.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long have you been with them?
Well, I started as a volunteer myself in 2011, but I've been the volunteer event coordinator since 2018.
I'll be damned.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. It's my heart.
Really?
I can't imagine doing anything else.
I can't imagine there are many shelters out that way. I mean, you guys got to be one of maybe 2 or 3 in that entire area, right?
I mean, there's some small little like home foster only type, but we're probably one of the only ones like with an actual adoption center that you can go to and adopt out of.
And being so cool that it's a no-kill shelter because,
No-kill.
as we know, a lot of shelters are just getting
Inundated.
More inundated. Yeah,
It's
more animals coming in.
overwhelming. I went to a conference in July and I talked to several people across the country, and we're all in the same boat right now. There's too many animals coming in. There's not enough adopters. There's not enough volunteers. There's not enough fosters. And it's really, really scary. And I feel bad for the people that are in that situation having to make that choice.
Do you guys have, do you have data on how these ebbs and flows happen with adoptions? Because, we've heard and talked to you guys at times where you're like, hey, man, they're flying off the
Flying
shelf.
out and it all depends.
And then during the pandemic, we know that adoptions went up,
Went
right?
way up, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, they did go up. We ended up kind of shutting down like everybody else did.
Right.
So we didn't have a lot of animals coming in, and we resurfaced the floors and the kennels, and we did all kinds of work out there.
Right.
But yeah, there weren't animals coming in, or requests for animals even to come in like there had been before.
Right. Yeah.
But things have kind of flipped at this point.
Well,
now,
let's
so.
hopefully we can get some people out there to adopt a pet or two. It's theanimalleague.org.
Theanimalleague.org. You can fill out the adoption application on our website. You can check out all the animals we have available for adoption on our website, and we update it every week because we're always getting new animals in.
They're pre-spayed and neutered, I assume?
They're either already spayed or neutered, or in the adoption contract, there's a rider that says you need to get them spayed or neutered by this date.
Oh, I got you. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Very
yeah,
nice.
They all get it.
And then don't forget about the 7th annual Puttin' for Paws or Putts for Paws out there at Green Valley. It's September 24th, theanimalleague.org.
You can still register to play. You can still sponsor. Just go to the website.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. And it's a 110 early. That's a super ticket, which gets you lunch and a bunch of raffle tickets and some other stuff.
The petting contest.
Day of, it's 125.
125, yes, sir.
There you go. Well, look, man, we really hope that it goes well for you and keep doing great work out there.
Thank you. Somebody adopt Clarice.
Yeah, don't forget, Clarice the kitten is still available. It's okay.
How do you deal with that? How do you? I'm serious because here's the thing. I try not to get attached to animals because my Mastiff just crushed my heart.
Yeah.
And I had him for 13 years. It was, but I have a new dog now, and it's just as bad.
Yeah.
How do you? I mean, this dog. You watch this cat grow up. I mean, how do you let him go like that?
So let me tell you, since 2013, I have fostered 100 cats.
God Almighty! Hot damn!
100 cats. I've kept 2.
It's 900 lives.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah. So I've only kept 2, but let me tell you, I do get attached, but I also just tell myself they don't belong to me. They belong to somebody else.
Right. That's exactly how you have to do it, right?
They belong out there to somebody else. But I'm like a vessel. I'm just, showing them the love.
You're prepping them for somebody to be.
So that I know that when they go to their forever home, they're going to take that same bond they had with me to somebody else.
Yeah.
Because they know it can be done, and I know it can be done.
Well, thank you, Deb. As always, we really appreciate
You're
it.
the greatest.
Thank you.
You got it.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Whatever you have in your body, you can sell, by the way. Whatever that exuberance is that you have oozing out of you, you can bottle that and sell it for $1 billion.
You get me talking about these animals, and I just light up. I just love it. They are my heart.
Thank God there are people like you in the world that do that. I mean, I'm telling you, I wouldn't have the patience to do it or deal with the people who do it. There's no way I could do it.
It can be tough, but yeah, it's a challenge. But then I just go play with animals, and I'm okay.
You ever yelled at somebody? Be honest.
No.
Oh,
No.
You never lost it on somebody?
Not on them, no. I'll turn around and walk away and go lose it, but not to their face, no.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
You should try it sometime. It's very invigorating.
It's so cathartic.
That's why.
Yeah, it is.
Very, very
So
cathartic.
That's why I work out.
Very good. All right. Well,
And
thanks
work with
again, Deb.
animals.
We appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And as always, Animal House is generously brought to you by Glenn Klausman of Klausman Law. Have you or someone you know or love been in a car, a truck, or even a motorcycle accident? Well, if they have, here are 2 reasons why you need to call Glenn. 1, he's never going to pass you off to a caseworker. Glenn is going to always personally handle your case, so much so that he's going to give you his personal cell phone number and then pick up when you call. Just a couple of reasons why he's voted Legal Elite and Super Lawyer year after year, this year included. He's also an animal lover who's rescued a few animals of his own. So if you've been in an accident, please give him a call at 407-917-1718 or check him out online at klausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN law.com.
Thanks, Deb. 407-916-1041. By the way, that place out there is called Coyote Rojos. The restaurant, look, it's worth the drive. It's so legit. It's scary good. Get out there. It's Coyote Rose. We'll give you a free shout out. All right, back in a sec. One more of the Jim Colbert Show.
It's another winning Wednesday on our Instagram page at Real Radio 1041. The clock is running. Today you can win a pair of tickets to the sold-out Kevin Hart Show this Friday at Amway Center. Real Radio 1041 on Instagram is powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Klausman Law Traffic Center, car crash? Contact Klausman Law at klausmanlaw.com.
Well, we're seeing some showers in the area, so take it easy if you have to be on the road. Slow it down and keep those low beams on for better visibility. Westbound travel on I-4 is still a stop-and-go ride between World Drive and Osceola Polk Line Road. It's slow, too, between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway. Eastbound still steady between State Roads 535 and 536. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Amtrak. Amtrak. Whether you're craving a breath of fresh mountain air, an exciting new adventure, or just some free babysitting from Grandma, Amtrak can get you there. With more than 500 destinations across the country. Everything you're missing, just an Amtrak away.
Guys, here in Central Florida, it is absolutely vital that you have an AC company you can lean on and that you trust to help you out when your AC goes down. You can't even have it out for a couple hours. It's misery. That's why myself, Ross, we like Mills Air. Here's why. Because Leon Mills is awesome. I'll be honest with you. He was genuinely one of the reasons I chose this company to endorse. And why is because he just wants the best for his customers. If you talk to him for an hour, you can figure out all he wants is really good service for his customers, great prices. He's just simply that's what he wants. Their techs are really good at what they do. You don't have to worry about what kind of AC you have. And they're carrier factory authorized dealers that can get you up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier and certainly turn to Mills Air. They're family owned and operated and ready to help you right now. It's 407-277-1159. Online, millsair.com.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival,
where the biggest stars from all walks of music come together.
September 23rd and 24th, T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Limited seats are still available at AXS.com or stream it live on the CW app and CWTV.com.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival is connecting all of us.
Brought to you by the CW's new hit series, All American Homecoming. Stream every episode now for free, only on the CW app.
The IRS has just received $80 billion in funding to hire 86,000 IRS agents. If you owe the IRS, now is the time to take action before the IRS comes after you or your business. There's no time to waste. Call J. David Tax Law for a no-cost consultation at 407-603-3962. That's 407-603-3962. Or visit jdavidtaxlaw.com. Peace of mind is only a click or phone call away.
Dunkin' shines gold for childhood cancer awareness beginning September 14th through September 28th. Donate $2 and you'll get a Gold Joy donut. Every donation will help the fight against childhood cancer. Grab your Gold Joy donut from your local Dunkin' today. America runs on Dunkin'.
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Can health insurance be not just a thing, but a place? With a door you can walk through where you'll find health solutions for all your needs, where you can talk in person with a nurse or meet with experts who can help you manage billing issues. It can. At your local Florida Blue Center, you'll find all this and more. Come see for yourself. What else can health insurance do? Find out at floridablue.com. Florida Blue, your local Blue Cross Blue Shield. Florida Blue Centers do not replace your doctor. Florida Blue is a trade name of Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Florida, Inc.
This job, we fight for as many people as we can. Sometimes people are afraid to fight the insurance companies. That's why I'm here. Injured on the go, just call Mo. Mo DeWitt. Offices, Orlando and Tampa.
You know how right when you wake up, you start craving food, but you're not entirely sure what you're wanting? Psst, it's McDonald's. The new crispy chicken biscuit, to be exact. You want the one thing that's so crispy, so juicy, and oh so tender, sandwiched between two buttery, flaky biscuits. You want the good stuff. And now you can mix and match 2 for $6, including the sausage McMuffin with egg and bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
A meal at McDonald's brings my family closer together. And now that same meal helps bring other families closer together. When we order a family bundle deal that has 40 crispy chicken McNuggets and 2 large fries, McDonald's donates 50 cents to local Florida Ronald McDonald House Charities chapters, providing a home away from home so families can stay close to their child during medical care. We can also round up our order and the extra will get donated. Food, family, and helping others? What could be better? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Red Hot Chili Peppers are back. Anthony, Chad, Flea, and John live on stage. World Tour 2022 with very special guests, The Strokes and Thundercat. Camping World Stadium, September 15th, 2022. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Check more at RedHotChiliPeppers.com.
People often ask me, how much money do I have to pay you up front to be my personal lawyer? The answer is nothing. It's free unless we win. What about a slip and fall or car crash case? Free unless we win.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out. Packed with illustrations, the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart, conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. Available October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
Divorce? Call Trinley and Kramer, TK Law, OneFirmForLife.com.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Oh, baby. Oh, is it 1979? Am I back in middle school with my mullet and my rebel flag book covers?
Oh, my. Oh, no.
Simpler times, right, Jim?
Oh, brother, you have no idea. No idea.
Wasn't it awesome being young and just being filled with apathy?
No hope.
Yeah,
Apathy
man.
comes in your 30s.
Yeah, I look, man, when I was young, as long as we had, look, it was just, we had nothing. So, I mean, it was just cool being around. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, we had Molly Hatchet albums. We had Leonard Skinner records. Trying to get a girlfriend, hanging out on the weekends, going to mud bogs, drinking beer.
And life hasn't changed that much. Just replace, everything that you just said that's filled with fun with bills.
Yeah, exactly.
Responsibilities.
That's the beautiful thing about when a politician will say, I want to make it like it used to be, because everyone's used to be is when they were younger and usually had less S to deal with.
Right, yeah. And that's really what it is. I mean, you remember your youth. You're like, oh, man, it was so great.
Yeah.
It was great because you didn't have any responsibility. You didn't have anything to worry about. Your mom and dad were paying for everything.
I wouldn't. No.
Yeah, well, for some.
I was
yeah.
going to say, yeah.
You didn't have that experience?
Not that I look back on my youth and go, wow, those were the best days of my life.
No, I do not think my youth was my best days of my life by a million, but I do kind of...
the world around us, it's funny you say the world around us was a lot easier, and I think the reason why I think that is because we had one thing, right? We had the Cold War, not the Cold War, political division, pandemic,
well, social media,
climate change, social media,
Ukraine,
the ability to communicate within seconds,
monkeypox.
The idea of communicating as people has. When you talk about advancing, Ross was making fun of the fax machine the other thing. I gave that speech.
How dare he?
In 1985 or 6, I was at Valencia, going through your normal classes. I was a speech class, and it was you're supposed to write a paper on something you thought was one of the most useful things. I wrote it on the fax because in my business, my print shop, my dad's print shop, for us to be able to get orders via a fax machine, not have to go over there and pick them up, and you could just send us what you needed. It was an absolute game changer for us. Because of the idea of transferring these ideas that had images that you didn't, you had to mail those before. You had to go over and look at them or pick them up. And the fax was for us. I mean, it streamlined our world.
Sure, and you can't discount the impact that had, nor the typewriter, nor the telephone booth.
Right.
It's just, technology changes and makes them, obsolete.
Yeah, and that a lot in that business became obsolete because you're transferring gigantic digital files. And back in the day, I mean, you'd have to have the special machinery. Now it's just click.
I was reading something
just send it right over.
Like about the pager. I don't know how many millions of pagers were circulated in the 90s. But it was a lot.
It was everybody. You had to have one.
Right. But today, there are still 2 million pagers in use.
Are there really?
Wow. Yeah.
So, like doctors and stuff?
Well, for some, it's just that reliable form of connectivity, so they're out there.
Do you have a pager, Ross?
No,
you missed that, didn't you?
Yeah, I missed the pager.
Yeah, they were on the tail end. In the I received one in 2004 from the hospital when my wife was in the last term of her pregnancy.
Oh, so
right?
they could alert you of what's going on?
That was the plan, where they would let you know. It was a pager to let the dad know that, because, and I was commuting to UCF. Matter of fact, it was second daughter. It was 1999 because I was commuting to UCF. The first day I had it, I explained to my professor, I'm like, hey, just so you know, if I get buzzed, I got to go. Our baby wasn't due for another 4 weeks. First day I had it, got the call.
Oh,
I thought it was is this a test?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Is this a test?
They tricked you.
Yeah, my second daughter was 4 weeks premature, or 6 weeks premature, and then the youngest one said, "I'll show you. I'll be 8 weeks early."
Wow, really?
No way.
Yeah,
some preemies.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now they're mean as snakes.
So Ross, when did you get your first cell phone? Do you remember that?
I must have been 12.
12? And what year would that have been?
I don't know, but I was addicted to playing Snake, man.
Yeah.
I was Nokia, Snake.
Yeah.
All day.
When did you get your first cell phone? Do you remember that?
Oh.
Were you in your 20s? You had maybe in your 30s?
I want to say probably then.
In your early 30s?
The cell phones for me in my 20s were the ones that required a suitcase and a back brace.
Yeah.
Where you had to, because when I first started at Disney, I started at attractions, but then I ended up at international marketing. So I would set up radio broadcasts for...
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd have this huge...
Oh, yeah.
And a beeper.
The old bag phone.
And I felt... so important.
Yeah, those things, by the way, I think are still considered like the best phones for connection that you can get.
The
Those
suitcase ones?
Those brick phones.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like literally military issue.
The radio,
they never ever break up. But of course, the problem is you have to carry it around. It's like carrying a fire extinguisher with you everywhere.
The radio station had a brick one, which is what I would use for Track Tuesday on the Phillips Hall. When I would leave, go to the track, and call a race, it was on one of those brick phones.
Yeah.
Oh man,
yeah.
They weigh
that's
like
old school.
They weigh like 6 pounds, like holding a kid up to your head.
Exactly.
And but I'm telling you, you could talk to the moon on one of those things, man. It was ridiculous. It was like you're standing next to you.
I just found out about, so I knew about car phones. Car phones were top of the line.
Oh, yeah.
For the 1%.
Right, yeah.
Dude, that's like $5 a minute.
Oh, you'd look at a limo and it would have that little wingtip antenna on the back. It's like, oh, they got a car phone.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it was such a sign of high class that they started, there was a business for selling fake car phones.
Well, if you remember, I believe in Beverly Hills Cop 1, the Eddie Murphy movie, it was made in the, I think, middle 80s.
Yeah.
And one of the jokes is the guy drives by on the convertible BMW and he's on his phone, and then a kid's on a toy phone right next to him. But the car phone was like, wired into the phone, into the car.
That's got to be wild. Someone must have been real sad and desperate buying a fake car phone just to be liked from strangers.
1984.
Is when you got your first cell phone?
No, it was the first Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, they didn't have...
Oh, no, they had cell phones in... I remember I had my first one in like the mid-90s, if I remember right. I had a pager before that when I was working with my dad's print shop. I had a pager.
So did I.
And here's the thing. I remember this like it was yesterday, and this is so great. So downtown Orlando, for people who have only lived here for a short period of time, down there where Church Street is, it was the joint. Everybody in the city, if you were going out in Orlando, you were in downtown Church Street, there at the arcade, there at, what was it, the Bumby Arcade?
Yeah.
Or the other places, drinking it up, having a good time.
Phineas
Foggs
with their nickel bear night.
If you were a male and you walked out in there and you didn't have a pager on, like you couldn't even get spoken to. Like it was you might as well. I think if you had a Rolex on, it wouldn't have meant as much as having a pager.
And now Church Street these days, whether or not you have a pager or anything, you will not be spoken to.
Right.
You're by yourself.
Right, and you'll get shot.
Yeah. So can we paint the picture a little bit more, if I may?
I hate it when you do this, by the way.
You got a pager.
You love to dive back into my youth and ask me these dopey questions.
No, I just want to know what
Go ahead.
I just want to know what Jimmy Colb's be Colbin. He's got a pager on the side. He's probably got Stephen Barry. You got Stephen Barry jeans on?
I don't even know what that is. Levi's, buddy.
Levi's? All
Yeah,
right.
Levi's. What?
I don't know. Just taking a guess here. Levi's. What kind of shirt?
Some concert T-shirt, Rat or Iron Maiden, or some concert T-shirt.
Was the leather vest there?
No leather vest.
That was pre-leather.
Pre-leather vest. Get out of here!
Come on,
How
Babs.
dare you? How dare you?
Leather vest was reserved for when he was a radio star.
Black Reeboks.
Black Reeboks Classics?
Black Reebok Classics were the thing.
This holds up.
I had those.
Yeah, dude, a Reebok Classics. They're called Classics for a reason.
Then I had a set of white ones, and then I would wear one of each when I went to rave at Oz in Orlando.
Whoa, look at Jack stepping out.
If it's bright outside, what sunglasses are you wearing?
I would always wear. I had Wayfair. Actually, I had a. You ever heard of Varney?
No.
So I surfed a little bit when I was younger. So we went to the surf shop, and I remember I got Varney sunglasses. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Hair spiked?
No,
gelled?
No.
Did
mullet.
you have it?
LA Hold?
Mullet. And then what was the gel everybody used? What's that gel everybody used in the 80s?
Was it LA Hold?
I think it was LA Hold.
LA Holds. LA Looks. There you go.
LA Looks. There it is.
Yeah. And by LA, I mean Lower Alabama.
And then what I loved about LA Looks, or whatever it was called, they had a scale of 1 to 10
on how it would hold.
The hold scale.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Remember the hold scale?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you put that 10 in there, you can clean pots with your head.
Yeah. You're stuck.
It took a minute.
You can't think.
I think I was a 7 guy. I like to, I had hair that would, it'd pay attention while it was still there. And a little bit of a mullet.
I've been using hair product these days, and that was a big level up for me.
The one thing I never wore in my life is I never wore jewelry. In my life, I've never worn or owned jewelry in my life. I have a watch that was given to me by our good friends over at Goldsmith Jewelry, and David Layer, God rest his soul. Gave us a really nice watch back in the day because we turned it out for him for about 4 or 5 years.
I'm still wearing mine.
Hey, Jack as is. And that's the only watch I've ever owned, and I wore it for a short period of time. It pinched my hair, and I never wore it again. I've never worn a chain.
Are you mad at the watch?
I'm mad as hell at the watch. It doesn't make any sense. I got a cell phone. I don't need a watch. But I've only worn my wedding ring. That's it. That's the only jewelry I've ever owned or worn in my entire life.
Also, not wearing the wedding ring today.
Good
Throwing
for
that
you.
out there.
Good for you. Did you catch enough hell for it? Thank God?
No. And the whole reason why I wore it yesterday is just because I went to the jeweler shop, and then I went straight to work, and I was like, I don't want to leave it in my bag. I want to know exactly where it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I slid it on, and it felt good, guys. I am
good.
so pumped to get married. Just looking down at my hand yesterday, I was all giddy and whatnot. I was losing it.
Here's the thing. You're going through the stages because a month ago you wouldn't even make eye contact with any of us. You were so miserable.
Yeah.
And you still go through it a little bit, but I think you can see the light at the end of the tunnel now, and kind of things are starting to fall into place.
5 weeks.
You're not that far away.
Almost there.
And we found out now your wedding is the only thing we have to worry about that day, which is great. We got some news today that we're going to move an event we've been planning to a spring, which is good because that means we get to hang out with you all day that day. Nice.
I'm stoked.
Nice.
I was thinking about your guys' table.
Are we sitting at a table together? Like, do we have our own table? The guys on here on the show and our plus ones.
Well, look on Deb's face. There is concern.
I thought it'd be really cool to spread you guys out.
Yeah, I love when people do that. You know what sucks? If you're the people.
No, I don't want to. No.
Come on, guys, meet some of Olivia's family.
Is that true?
I was floating it out there.
I'm going to be at a table with my wife and with people I don't know, and some of your friends and stuff.
But then you can wave across the room to me, and then you can wave the other side of the room at Jack.
You're supposed to interact with new people.
Yes.
No, there are no.
No, I'm not
There
doing
are no
that.
making friends rules at weddings. You go to the wedding, you celebrate the wedding people, and that's it. There are no obligations to meet other people and make small talk. That ain't happening.
On behalf of Ross, you want all the people you love to know each other.
Screw that.
From your world to her
No,
world.
it'll take less than 5 years for both sides of his family to hate each other. Why should we pretend when we're there?
I will pay for us all to have a table by ourselves at a new table.
Charge them.
By the open bar?
At it. Whatever. At it.
So the plan is working.
Oh, you mother.
I just thought
you
it would
made
be.
me pay you $1.
Here's the thing: when you don't, I've seen you with a bunch of people that you don't know.
No.
Jim, that's where you excel.
Do I really excel?
That's where you thrive.
Can I tell you? Does it sound like she has much confidence in me excelling in that? She's just been yelling no for 40 straight seconds. She doesn't want to do it. That one doesn't want to meet anything. Not much of a person. Do you know she doesn't leave her house? She enters Friday 7:35. She exits Monday 12:30ish. And that's
12:45.
And that is it. Doesn't leave her house. You think she's going to hang with randos real well?
For love.
No.
Last wedding I went to was my nephew, and unbeknownst to me, he sat me next to John Boy or Billy. One of the two from John Boy and Billy.
Aren't they cool, though?
Well, it's one of them. I forget which one it was because he figured, my uncle and my friend, who are both radio people, I'll put them together.
Right.
I don't mind talking radio because it's easy small talk for me.
Sure.
Right.
What other radio people not want to talk about?
Radio.
Right,
So it's like,
exactly.
hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah.
How are you?
Especially, is he an iHeart company or did he work for the competitor? So you really can't talk about anything.
Jude, the John Boy and Billy Big Show is like a gigantic morning show.
Oh, yeah.
It was for years. I don't know.
It was.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
big.
Are they not around anymore?
I don't know. I'm sure they're still doing it.
Okay, good.
Somewhere.
I just think my aunts would love you, Jim.
Yeah.
I'll sit with your aunt.
Yeah.
Just put me with a rich one.
Yeah. I definitely have a wealthy aunt.
I think it was John Boy.
John Boy and Billy?
What's the
Could have
biggest?
been Billy. Could have been Billy.
What's the biggest no in a wedding?
We just went over it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Next question.
What would happen if you guys are the majority at a table and then I just float somebody over there?
I don't mind that.
That's fine.
If you because here's the thing. Well, your tables are seat 8 or seating 8 or 10?
I think 8.
It should be 8.
Yeah.
Right. So if you seat 8 people, that's 6. With us, that's 6 people. You can put a rando couple there. Like one of your golf buddies or something that that I've met or whatever.
Yeah, the one that Jimmy, horribly, made feel bad for his silver ball.
Yeah, just give us somebody that we can stand.
It was definitely Billy.
Okay.
Yeah, I looked at the images.
I appreciate that.
I like how we're in a conversation and Jack is doing his own thing.
Worrying about his encounter with
Oh,
the country
no,
morning
actually, because, I remember that show. They got yelled at, actually, with the fires in Florida.
show. Oh,
Yeah, shame on them.
I don't know, man. I think you
No,
might
Ross,
like some
no.
uncles.
Don't make me hate you for this.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: if I show up there
Ouch.
and I'm sitting with people that I don't want to be with, and this wedding's going to be there, I want to be there for you, but I will leave. I'm just letting you know I will leave, and I will take my gift with me.
But imagine the radio gold.
That broccoli ain't going to air fry itself.
Air fryer, eh?
Imagine what? Did you say, buddy?
But imagine all the radio gold when you
Yeah.
go ahead and learn about, like, one of my uncle's funguses. I got a fungus uncle.
A fungal?
Yeah, he's really open about it.
Is he really? That's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
In open space, he likes to share.
He'll probably show it to you.
Could you seat me with Billy? I want to address this fires issue.
407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Back in a sec. I want to tell you what the Japanese say is the cure is the absolute best thing you can do for yourself. I'm going to find out if you guys do this. I think Jack does.
What?
I don't think Ross does. And I think Deb would.
A cure for what?
It's not a cure. It's just their way of life. It's the way they calm themselves. They've been doing it for centuries, and it's a simple thing, and I love doing this already. I'll tell you what it is next.
You know you can always text us, unless you're driving, at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. From the Driveway.com Weather Center.
Hey everyone, I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro with a look at your Central Florida forecast. Afternoon highs today will be in the low 90s. Another humid day with feels like temperatures well into the triple digits. As for skies tonight, we are going to turn stormy, so you can expect heavy rain at times as well as frequent lightning. Just make sure you are staying weather aware and download the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. I'm meteorologist Allison Gargaro.
This report is sponsored by Wawa Sizzlies. Now at Wawa, you can get any 2 sizzly items, from breakfast sandwiches to breakfast burritos to egg bites, for just $5. A delicious way to start your day. Great morning start at Wawa.
Yeah, there's no question Tools Ace Hardware can help you build the perfect backyard for entertaining. We already know Tools has the best grills out there. Weber, Traeger, Big Green Egg, Napoleon. Now, you can find Uni pizza ovens. Like I said, Napoleon grills at select location. That's the high dollar stuff. Really nice. But Tools is now also carrying patio furniture from Pollywood. And guys, this Pollywood furniture is nice and it's extremely durable. Recycled plastic that will last for years, will not fade. Tools has Adirondack chairs, rocking chairs, seating, and dining sets in stock, and they can special order any item quickly. Plus, you get free assembly and local delivery on any grill or patio furniture purchase, $3.99 up. It's Tools Ace Hardware, 11 convenient locations. Find yours today. Your new grill and all your cool backyard stuff is waiting at acehardware.com.
Meet Harper, teammate at Truist. Hello. She was born to care and always had your back. Like the time her friend's bumper car took a gnarly hit.
Oh no!
His retainer went flying, but Harper caught it before it got crushed. Today, Harper's a teammate at Truist, the bank with Truist One checking. With no overdraft fees, a $100 negative balance buffer, and automatic upgrades, Truist One checking has your back too. When you start with care, you get a different kind of bank. $100 negative balance buffer. Eligibility requirements apply. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Back to school mornings are absolutely crazy. How great would it be not to have to slow down to deal with contacts and glasses? Just visit the Filatowski Eye Institute for Smile LASIK. That is the latest state-of-the-art LASIK technology. It's minimally invasive and it has fast recovery times. Most people actually return to work or play the very next day. And even with interest rates on the rise, you can still qualify for 0% interest for 24 months. Let the Filatowski Eye Institute help you get your day started just a little easier. Simply text 1041 to 868686 and schedule that appointment today. Again, it's easy. Text 1041 to 868686 and start your day with better vision.
We could fly to such great heights.
With MSC Cruises, a world of discovery awaits. Set sail with free balcony upgrades to enjoy those ocean views. Free onboard credit to spend however you like. Plus, kids sail free. Discover the Caribbean and the Bahamas, including Ocean Key, our private island marine reserve, Europe, and beyond. Only the sea offers you so much. Only MSC Cruises offers you so much more. To book, call your travel advisor or visit msccruises.com. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Central Florida, it's time to up your standard of driving. RC Hill here from RC Hill Mitsubishi. Are you sick of driving a car you hate? Raise the bar in a nice new car and lower your monthly payment at the same time. Used cars from just $69 per month. New cars from just $129 per month. Raise the bar and I'll get more for your old car. We'll pay up to $5,000 over appraised value for your clunker. Is your credit score lower than you like? We will help you get approved. That's what makes us your car dealer next door. Give it a try. I'm raising the bar and making my best offer ever. Like brand new Mirage's 43 miles per gallon lifetime warranty. And introducing the all-new 2022 Outlander in stock and ready for delivery. Plus check out our certified used cars. Monthly payments from just $69 per month. Trade-ins will pay over appraised value. So get here quick. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. Central Florida's first choice for new Mitsubishis. Visit me at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
Credit requires bank approval. Mirage 9900 72 months. 2.9 APR. $9 down. $249 payment plus tax tag fees. Max trade incentive based on purchase.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
This hour of Real Radio 104.1 brought to you by FloridaJobsNow.com.
The Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
It's one of the best 90s albums out there. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, the great Smashing Pumpkins. That's Siamese Dream, I believe, out of that?
Yeah, that's the album I was envisioning when you said that.
Yeah. This is Cherub Rock, I think is the name of that song.
On the dot.
407-916-1041. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
And Jackson.
Hi.
Ross is as well.
Sup, Playboy?
In a couple of minutes, we'll talk to Brian and Jenny. They're from Stop Soldier Suicide and Vet Fest, a big event going up in Delaware. They're going to it's a virtual event. They're going to tell you how you can tune in, check it out, and maybe help out, kind of be a part of the whole festivities. We'll do that at the top of the hour. So I was telling you guys, and I couldn't think of the word. I just found the story. It's the Japanese craft that helps us heal. In other words, it helps you heal. Now, they use the word heal, and heal is
a wrestling term.
Well, yeah, no. It can be used for a bunch of ways. You can heal mentally, you can heal physically,
emotionally,
you can do
psychologically.
And it's actually pretty simple. And it actually makes sense a little bit because I can say that I have experienced this. And I don't know how to explain it to you guys, but I'm a noodler. I'm not a noodler in the sense that I get catfish out of the banks of rivers.
That's one kind of noodling.
I'm not that kind of noodler. What do you guys think this is? It's the Japanese craft that helps you heal. Now, the word craft there really is kind of misleading because I don't think it's a craft. They consider that. I consider it just like a thing. God, it's so hard. I'll just tell you.
Hold on. I got it. No, I got it.
I got it.
You got it? I think I got it. I think I got it.
It's something you can do in your house probably almost, well, at least a number of times a year if you wanted to, and that's what they're talking about.
You want to go or do you want me to go?
I'm going Sudokus.
It's not puzzles. It's not Sudoku.
No.
Sudoku.
It is the art. It's healing because it's the art of imagining little people in your body fixing what's wrong. And it's through that process that you heal. Oh, my God. He's making a face like I'm close.
Deb. He
Is
said
he close?
He said a very key word in this.
Imagining.
Little people.
I used to do that. I used to imagine there were little people.
I've heard of cancer people who imagine when they're getting chemo, imagining the chemo becoming a white, a knight on a horse and charging after the cancer cells and killing them. It's part of that visualization. Is it visualization?
It's not. It's fixing. The Japanese art of repairing things is what causes you to heal. And if you look at what they're doing and where it started, it makes perfect sense. What are ancient Asian countries known for? Their antiquities. What are they known for?
Like putting together broken pots.
Yeah.
Porcelain, pottery,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that's where it came from. So as they made this porcelain pottery, it would break and stuff, and the art of repairing that, but doing it not where you can't see the lines, but where you can see them with like gold leaf and stuff like that. Yeah. That is a thing, and so much so, and not with just pottery, with old vacuum cleaners or things like that. The art of taking something apart and then repairing it and then putting it back together is what that country views as a healing process.
You mean what you and your grandfather did every single weekend in Palatka growing up?
Well, here in Orlando, yeah, but it's the same thing. My grandfather was we called it noodling. In other words,
I thought he was a tinkerer.
That's another great word for it, right? So what my family, the men in my family, are very curious people. We're very curious. Even when I was very young, I would get a toy and I'd be like, oh my God, this thing's awesome. I'd play with it for one day and then take it apart to see how it worked the next.
So you have an engineer's mind.
I just had that. I want to see how it works and I want to see if I can fix it. I have fixed so much stuff in my house. I've had a dryer taken completely apart in my house. I've taken apart appliances, coffee makers, motorcycles. I bought an old lawnmower for my sister because she said it didn't run anymore and had it running that afternoon. I just love doing that. I don't know what it is, but there is something very therapeutic about it.
Can you fix a weed whacker?
I can, probably. Is it gas?
I'll drop it off tomorrow.
Is it gas? Is it smoke?
It's gas.
Did you burn the cylinder? Is it smoke?
No, it doesn't smoke.
Okay, probably just put gas in it.
Can you fix the subtitles on your TV?
I cannot do that.
So you're not a software guy.
I'm not a software guy. This is physical stuff, Deborah. Thanks for remembering my failures. Ouch.
Yeah, so software is your weakness, but hardware, you're on top of it.
Hands-on stuff, like fixing a car before you
car.
needed a computer thing to diagnose what the hell was wrong with the car.
Oh,
your dad would just open the hood. He'd take a look. He would know what parts he needed. He'd start banging up his knuckles and skinning his hands, and then the car would be fixed.
You want to hear the sickness I have for this? I regularly, when I'm driving around, just going wherever I'm going, if I see like a car or a trailer or a motorcycle or something just sitting in people's yards, I literally have to talk myself out of going up there and going, hey man, how much you want for that thing? Because I know I can fix it. Like I know I can do it. So I was like, man, that's a business. Like you talking about a dream business for me when I retire. I will tell you straight up, this is exactly what I'm going to do. I will build a warehouse on my property, right? I'll build a little workshop, and I will go out there and I'll find stuff that's broken, and I'm going to fix it and sell it. That's all I'm going to do.
And then just tell people you're, turning Japanese.
Yeah, exactly.
The wabi-sabi is the term, I believe it's finding perfection in life's imperfection. So you don't look at that vase with the gold leaf cracks in it as well. You look at it as something that's stronger because of what has gone on.
And I think I remember it being a Japanese proverb of the farmer who has 2 buckets that he fills each day with water to take up to his house. One of the buckets has a hole in it. And as he's carrying the water back up to his house, it waters the flowers along the border of his walk.
That's great.
On his way up. So at the end of the day, the bucket says he feels really bad that he's letting the farmer down because he's not holding his water. He's not doing his end of the deal. And the farmer had to remind the bucket, but it's because of your imperfection that I have beautiful flowers to grace my table with at the end of the day when I have that other water that came in the other bucket. So you still have purpose even though you are imperfect.
And the funny thing is until we've kind of experienced this kind of this cheap throwaway society that we have now.
Yeah, that's killing us.
And that's what we have. We have a cheap throwaway society. One of the worst parts of the society is fast fashion, by the way.
Yep.
You talking about filling up the landfills. You want to hear some great numbers, go do some research on fast fashion and what that does to our landfills.
But the great thing is that Ross's generation and the next generation up have really turned consignment and vintage clothing, going to Goodwill and those, that is now considered high fashion
It's
instead
a thing.
of, it is a thing.
It's a thing.
And
Matter of fact,
thank God.
and if you go to the Pacific Northwest and you see something nice, I will bet you $100 that when you sell it, they'll tell you, oh yeah, I got this at a Goodwill for $3. And it can be a Marmot jacket or something really, really nice. They take pride in finding great deals. But your generation, or our generation, Gen X, I think one of the last generations that really looked at life like that, because you got to remember in rural areas before, there were shops per se, you couldn't just go to Walmart and buy another one. You had to figure out how to fix that thing so it would work. There was that included clothes and shoes, all of that stuff.
Well, back then they used to
tools.
make it to last. I mean, you
Yeah.
could have a refrigerator for 15, 20 years. Now they make them so that they don't last that long.
Man, I went to a garage sale the other day, and the guy has a fridge in the garage. You just keep sodas and water stuff in. That thing was probably from 1959, and the guy looks at me, and I was looking at it. It was an Electrolux.
There you go.
And I'm looking at it, and I'm marveling at it. It was like a museum piece to me.
Right.
And he looks at me, and goes, "I've never unplugged that thing. I don't think I've moved or unplugged that thing for 30 years. And I bet if you set a thermometer in it, it has been the same exact temperature for decades.
Yeah.
It never fails, never stops working. My LG." It works when it feels like it.
Yeah.
It just tells me it'll cool stuff if it's in the mood.
Your food is kind of cold.
I'm not in the mood.
Just open me up.
407-916-1041. Brian and Jenny up next. We're going to find out for Stop Soldier Suicide and the Vet Fest. We'll do that next.
Your chance for tickets to see Steve Martin and Martin Short and the You Won't Believe What They Look Like Today tour, April 29th, 2023 at the Dr. Phillips Center, happens all this week on The Jim Colbert Show. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, contact Clausman Law at clausmanlaw.com.
It's a bumper-to-bumper ride out there if you're traveling east on I-4 now between US 192 and State Road 535. A solid ride continues westbound between 417 and Osceola Polk Line Road. Watch for an accident on Sand Lake Road right at I-4. We're still in good shape on the Beach Line and the Turnpike. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Beacon Roofing. Beacon understands that every second counts. That's why they use their unique network of branches to get roofers what they need when they need it. Products from top brands like GAF and orders delivered on time and complete. Go to BECN.com to start building with Beacon today. Beacon, always building.
Grab life by the chip and dip it. You can join Tijuana Flats, their new O-Town location, now open in Orlando in the corner of Darrell Carter Parkway and Palm Parkway. You're invited to come by and check out the newest Tex-Mex spot, serving up fresh food fast with service that sets the bar. Everybody knows about T-Flats. They got that brand new corn menu going out right now and a brand new location to celebrate it right there. Every single Tuesday is Tijuana Tuesdays. You'll get 2 tacos, chips, and a drink for only $7.99. It's Tijuana Flats, Tex-Mex for all.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. See, where we come from, people do right by each other. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Come on in and let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious. Another reason Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin, from our team member Nick.
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. Wisconsin is the dairy state, so naturally, Culver's was inspired by everyone's favorite rich and creamy tradition, frozen custard. We make our fresh frozen custard in small batches in every Culver's, and the farm fresh dairy is why it's so decadent. It's a match, or batch, made in heaven.
Come have a taste of Wisconsin. Welcome to Delicious.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Hi, I'm always running out of hot water. Do you think you can...
We offer convenient service during normal banking hours.
Great. So my water heater. I was thinking maybe a tankless...
Are you sure you actually need one?
What, need a water heater?
Ghastly things, they take up so much room.
But the tankless ones are smaller and you never run out of...
Oh Don't be such a baby. Have a cold shower. It's refreshing.
But my family...
People like you are too soft. Hot water is for the weak.
That's it. This would never happen with Frank Gay.
But you didn't call Frank Gay.
Wish I had.
We all wish you had.
That's it. I'm calling Frank Gay.
When you want an efficient, tankless water heater, you want it done right. An easy solution to lower utility bills while providing unlimited hot water to your family. That's the Frank Gay way.
Shall I come over and burp you, you big baby?
FrankGayServices.com.
Introducing the Amscott Installment Cash Advance. From $100 to $1,000 with no credit checks and flexible payment options. That's more money and more time to pay it back. Amscott. Some restrictions apply, subject to approval.
Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney. See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best, with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
There are some financial institutions who care more about helping you reach your goals, so they offer solutions and tools to make something that seems impossible become a reality. Fairwinds. Visit fairwinds.org.
Tijuana Flats has a new location, now open at O-Town in Orlando, on the corner of Darrell Carter Parkway and Palm Parkway. Come check it out. And remember, every Thursday is Throwback Thursdays, where you'll get a burrito or bowl, chips, and a drink for only $7.99. Tijuana Flats, keeping it fresh.
International Diamond Center's All Tacori Weekend is here this Friday through Sunday. It's your best opportunity to experience the magic of Tacori with exciting incentives. Tacori is the brand above all brands in bridal and fashion. Handcrafted in California by true artisans, Tacori sets the standard. IDC's flying in the entire Tacori collection for this 3-day event, including all new, never-seen-before designs with stunning beauty from every angle. And if you purchase any Tacori engagement ring at this event, you'll get 12 months zero-interest financing, plus a $500 gift card on us. Buy the matching band and get another $500. Buy his band and get another $500. That's $1,500 total. And while you're here, you can match that perfect ring with the most exquisite diamond the world has to offer. As IDC opens up the vault, showcasing our largest GIA and Forevermark diamond selection ever. Don't miss this spectacular and unprecedented 3-day event. International Diamond Center's All Tacori Weekend. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Only at IDC. 4 Orlando showrooms. On approved credit, restrictions may apply.
Hurricane season is here, and if you're in an older home with flimsy, outdated windows, your family and property could be at risk. Don't bother with shutters. Go with impact-resistant glass and save money. And you do that with my friends at FHIA Remodeling. They've been helping homeowners replace their old windows with ones that are hurricane tough and energy efficient. They're experts. The factory certified installers use premium materials. They get the work done fast, and it's quality you can trust. That's why so many homeowners have chosen FHIA and recommend their friends and family do the same. And right now, they're having their Fall into Savings event. That means windows are buy one, get one 40% off, all their other products 20% off, or you can make no payments and pay no interest till August of next year. Plus, there's no sales tax for those impact-resistant windows and doors. Call them today. Schedule a risk-free in-home consultation at 407-5100. That's 407-500-0100. They can show up to your house as soon as the next day. The consultant will bring full product samples and a visualizer to design your project and leave you with an exact quote that same day. Call FHIA Remodeling at 407-5100.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors. Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind studio. Your accident, your future, your attorney. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or call pound 546 from your cell. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now number 1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station.
Look, if you had one shot.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. You can leave us a talk back as well. Just download the iHeartRadio app. It's free. Just go to Real Radio when you get it and use that microphone to send us something fun and interesting.
Yeah.
You can do that for sure. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
And Jack.
Good evening.
And Ross.
Good morning, Jim.
You guys say hey to two special guests going to tell us about a very cool event coming up. Brian and Jenny from Stop Soldier Suicide.
Yay!
And the Vet Fest. What's up, guys? How you doing?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it very much. This is a gigantic event, huh?
It is coast to coast. Patriots all around the country mobilized for the benefit of our veterans. Super excited to be on your show to tell you all about it.
That's very cool. Let's get right to it, man. I know that you guys have a thing called 22 and 22, and you also have Stop Soldier Suicide, and you also have the Vet Fest coming up. Tell us about everything.
Awesome. Well, Jenny, why don't you tell the listening audience about Stop Soldier Suicide and why we do this in the first place?
No, happy to, Brian. Thank you for that. And thank you, Jim, and everyone for
Sure.
having us on the show today. So at Stop Soldier Suicide, we were founded by 3 U.S. Army veterans back in 2010. And unfortunately, something that they had in common was that they were losing far too many men and women that they served with. Once they came home, then they were out on missions. So the 3 of them, they were retired. They were getting phone calls from buddies who were still in the service, from family members, of loved ones that they were concerned about. And they thought, you know what, we need to do something. So they started Stop Soldier Suicide in 2010. And since 2010, we've really evolved. We've evolved into a life-saving team of elite behavioral health professionals, my colleagues, with a world-class, expert vetted suicide intervention model. I know Brian's going to talk about the events, but what funds the events fund our mission, and that's to reduce military suicide.
Well, let me tell you something.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. I just real quick, if I could interject, because when you look at these numbers, I mean, you genuinely cannot believe that veterans and service members are 53% more likely to die by suicide than their civilian peers. By 2030, veteran suicide deaths will be 23 times higher than the number of combat deaths since 2001.
It's a travesty.
3 times
shocking
more than people who actually died defending the country. Since 2001, more than 120,000 veterans have died by suicide. This is genuinely unbelievable.
Jim, there's a cohort from the age of 18 to about 33, 34 years old that have an 86% higher rate of susceptibility to this epidemic than their civilian peers. It's unimaginable and unconscionable.
Unbelievable. And you guys use Vet Fest, this wonderful multi-day event, to raise money for Stop Soldier Suicide.
Yeah, Jim, there's a grassroots movement of civilians combined with the military across this country who have decided to just take a stand. We don't know why this is happening, but we put that aside and we just need to do something. And so civilians around the country have mobilized during Suicide Prevention Month. There's thousands of us from coast to coast. There's even a group in Japan and Germany that are mobilized. And we've decided that we can't unsee this problem. Once we walk into this room and see the statistics, Jim, that you mentioned, you can't unsee it.
You can't.
And we've decided philosophically that if 1% of this country is going to stand between us and harm's way, then darn it, 99% of us better stand between them and harm. And so that's why during Suicide Prevention Month, we've decided as civilians to take a stand, and we've created this thing called Vet Fest.
Well, it's unbelievable. And I was looking at the mission of 22 and 22 is connect that military and civilian communities, kind of like what Jenny was saying, is making sure that our former soldiers understand that there's help out there across the board nationwide for them to get help so that they can kind of understand what they're going through with severe PTSD and other things that they deal with as former soldiers as well.
Yeah, so we're asking people to take action and go to stopsoldiersuicide.org to learn more about the organization and the modalities to get help. But if they go to stopsoldiersuicide.org and hit /VetFest, they can understand how to take action with us during VetFest weekend, which is coming up. We're asking people to gather their neighbors, their church, their coworkers, and to walk, run, hop, skip, or jump virtually around the country to take action. And if they decide to do so, and we hope that they do, to post something about themselves on social media using the hashtag VetFest22 so we can begin to communicate. Because this is, Jenny mentioned that this is a fundraiser. Certainly that's important, but it's also a modality to lay this topic in front of our veterans so that they understand that there is help available.
Hey, let me ask you guys. I mean, obviously, Jenny, you've said that you've dealt with soldiers who have dealt with this, and your professional comrades had as well. You know, when you hear former soldiers talk about what's driving them to, to consider this, I mean, what are they saying?
Yeah, no, I mean, Jim, I think it's a great question. I mean, I am also a veteran spouse. So my husband is a post 9/11 Marine Corps veteran. So what I hear from him and what I've learned is oftentimes it's that missing that purpose in life. When they were active duty, everything was really laid out. They knew what time they were getting up, their uniform was pressed, they knew what mission they were going on, and they had purpose. And then they come home, and unfortunately, oftentimes that purpose is lost, and we just think it's just not found yet. But it's trying to figure out, what is that again? How can I still be of service? And that's what I think is such a challenge. And certainly what we hear from our clients, and even in my personal life, what I've heard from my husband.
Wow, what a unique issue. I mean, it really is. It's genuinely unique. I wish you guys the absolute best. I hope you raise tons of money. And tell us about VetFest again, and so how people can get involved and kind of and enjoy what's happening, and kind of maybe even help a little bit.
Yeah, sure. I think we've been really moved emotionally by the groundswell of participation, again, from coast to coast and overseas, by people that are tired of just showing up to the barbecue and waving a flag and standing on the sidelines of a parade. People genuinely want to do something for our military that's meaningful, right? So VetFest gives them the opportunity. We're asking people to, put on your sneakers or your walking shoes and walk, hop, skip, or jump a 5K or a 10K or whatever's comfortable for you. Grab your neighbor, grab your family, grab your church, and make a stand. And let your veteran community, frankly, grab a veteran and walk with them. Let them know that, darn it, we are not going to stand by and let this epidemic consume our veteran community. If 6,000 people died from combat as a result of the war on terror, we've lost over 100,000 here at home. Those statistics are unconscionable, and we can't just sit idly by and hope the government takes care of it or hope it just works its way through. Darn it, the community needs to take a stand, and so we're so excited for VetFest.
You're listening to the Jim Colbert Show. We're here with Brian and Jenny from Stop Soldier Suicide. I was reading a quote here from one of the soldiers that had an interaction with your group there. Stop Soldier Suicide invested in me, restored my optimism, grace, and love for myself. Do you guys find that, like, when the soldiers come to you for that help, they've kind of, I know you say that they lost their purpose, Jenny, but do you also feel they lost kind of confidence in themselves and maybe that they're not supported by people around them because of political, the way that politics work with what happens overseas? I mean, do you hear any of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's less political and it's more just about their experiences. Right. And a very few amount of people experience the same things that they did. So it's that misconnection that you come home and you just want to speak the same language. And despite how much love and support that you have from your family and friends, if you're not able to speak that same language, it makes it so challenging to communicate what the heck's going on.
God, man, that is, and you hear the story. Oh, man, you just hear it so much. It really, you're right. The communication, the idea of just understanding what's happening so that you can apply some kind of therapy to it to help that person understand what's happening so they can find a solution to that.
Well, the thing I really like about this is that it brings in the civilian world. So it stops that boundary of military versus civilian. And it reminds all of us, right, Brian, as you were mentioning earlier, 1%, volunteer to put on the uniform of our armed services to protect the 99 rest of us. It's really our job, if we're not wearing the uniform, to serve those that do.
Well, guys, we have about a minute. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brian.
It's the only way the Republic thrives, right? If we understand that unwritten contract between each other.
We have about a minute left, guys. Tell everybody, call to action. Where do you want them to go? What would you like them to read and see so that everybody can kind of understand what you guys are standing for here?
Great. If you go to stopsoldiersuicide.org/VetFest, you begin to understand how to link up with your fellow patriots around the state of Florida and around the country. Tell your family about it and make a weekend celebration of it. Look, this is a weird paradox for us. It's a very sad subject, but we should be celebrating the idea that we can come together as a community to solve this problem. StopSoldierSuicide.org/VetFest.
Thanks, guys. We appreciate it
Yay,
greatly.
thank you.
And we wish you the very best with the Vet Fest.
Thank you for having us.
That's coming up September 24th, by the way. StopSoldierSuicide.org/VetFest for all the information. Guys, be good, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You got it, man.
Thank
We'll see
you.
you.
Bye.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 770-31. Back with more of the Jim Colbert Show right after this.
It's another winning Wednesday on our Instagram page at Real Radio 1041. The clock is running. Today you can win a pair of tickets to the sold-out Kevin Hart Show this Friday at Amway Center. Real Radio 1041 on Instagram is powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Well, heavy showers in the area making it very difficult for authorities to clear this accident that's blocking the entrance ramp from State Road 434 on the eastbound I-4 or solid eastbound 2 between US 192 and State Road 535, as well as westbound between Princeton Street and Robinson Street. The turnpike looks good. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Jeff Martin Auctioneers. Jeff Martin Auctioneers is hosting a public auction in Kissimmee, Florida on Friday, September 23rd, featuring construction and farm equipment, trucks, trailers, and more. Bid your way live, on-site, or online. JeffMartinAuctioneers.com. Experience the difference. License AU 4483.
Summertime is a great time for a beautiful new fence from our friends over at Mossy Oak Fence. These guys are so cool, by the way. The fence they built me is genuinely unbelievable, and they do custom one-of-a-kind designs, which means you can come to them, and that's exactly what I did. Literally drew it out on a piece of paper, and they built it and brought it to life, and that's exactly what they say. If you can dream it, the team at Mossy Oak can build it. They have skilled craftsmen. They're innovators. They only use the best materials out there, and they have quality that's backed up by the best warranty in the business. The experts over at Mossy are fence freaks. They are freaks on quality and your satisfaction. Just visit mossyoakfences.com and do what I did. Let the Mossy family protect your family today.
Local or long distance, when it's time to move, let Cento Family Moving and Storage move you. CentoMoving.com.
There are those who feel living with debt is inevitable. But there are those who strive for freedom. These are the ones who are willing to play the long game, who don't cut corners. And those are the ones who know not all financial institutions are the same. Fair wins. Financial freedom happens here. Visit fairwinds.org.
WeAreNotTheBanks.com, the sponsor of our Twitter poll of the day, just added to Twitter. It's at Jim Colbert Show on Twitter. Find us there. Answer the question. We'll be talking about the results later. Thanks to Brad Siebert and the team at WeAreNotTheBanks.com, not only for sponsoring our Twitter poll, but also for doing what they do in the world of mortgages and what they did for me. My refi through WeAreNotTheBanks.com several years ago got me a great rate in real quick time, and I'm on pace to have this house paid off in the near future. I look forward to that day. Thanks to Brad and helping me with that. And he can help you as well. And maybe it's not a refi. Maybe you're looking for a new home. You have to move. Brad Siebert and the team at WeAreNotTheBanks.com are direct mortgage lenders for all types of buyers with all types of loans available. Go online to WeAreNotTheBanks.com. Get started today. NMLS ID number 1169, equal housing opportunity.
You've got a beautiful life and big goals you still want to achieve. Help protect them with USAA's Level Term Life Insurance. It's coverage designed with big dreams in mind. Did you know life insurance can help your loved ones cover the cost of mortgage or bills, replace income, or even help with college costs if your earnings were no longer in the picture? That means you can all keep dreaming uninterrupted even if the unexpected happens, because USAA's budget-friendly life policy has you covered. USAA will be your partner through the entire process of selecting and setting up your policy. Learn how it works and how to pick the right coverage to protect your loved ones today. Visit USAA.com/keepdreaming to get started. Level Term 5, Form ICC 2099555-01-20. May vary by state. Life insurance provided by USAA Life Insurance Company, San Antonio, Texas. All life insurance products are subject to state availability, issue limitations, and contractual terms and conditions.
You know how right when you wake up, you start craving food, but you're not entirely sure what you're wanting? Psst, it's McDonald's. The new crispy chicken biscuit, to be exact. You want the one thing that's so crispy, so juicy, and oh so tender, sandwiched between two buttery, flaky biscuits. You want the good stuff. And now you can mix and match 2 for $6, including the sausage McMuffin with egg and bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
A meal at McDonald's brings my family closer together. And now that same meal helps bring other families closer together. When we order a family bundle deal that has 40 crispy chicken McNuggets and 2 large fries, McDonald's donates 50 cents to local Florida Ronald McDonald House Charities chapters, providing a home away from home so families can stay close to their child during medical care. We can also round up our order and the extra will get donated. Food, family, and helping others? What could be better? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
I'm Rebecca. I was injured in a car accident and hired one of the big TV law firms. They sent me to an injury clinic that I felt just wanted to make money off me. I needed an attorney and doctors who cared about me. I called attorney Glenn Klausman, and he helped me get the best doctors who really helped me. I was extremely pleased with my settlement. He also got me $10,000 for vet bills for my dog that was injured in the accident, and he did that for free. Call attorney Glenn Klausman at 407-917-1718. Glenn Klausman, office, Winter Park.
Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
A 49-year-old unidentified. News never stops. And now you never have to take a break from the station that brings you the news. Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to any station, anytime, all for free. Want even more, but don't want to pay? Good. We've got that. Discover podcasts from your favorite radio hosts, podcasts that take you further into the story, podcasts that give you stories you never knew existed. Always free. Don't pay for the news you want and the stations you love. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. Available now in the App Store.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors. The Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
Hello, Clarice. I hope you get adopted.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Love, hate.
It was,
Love, hate. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well.
I do agree with him.
Hi there. We talked about toys yesterday. Toys again in the news today. The annual entry of the Toy Hall of Fame.
Oh.
And these are always
up in Rochester, New York.
Yeah, these are
nailed it. I've been there. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's right. Is it?
And I was twisted. I'm not gonna lie. I was playing with everything. I won't go into great details, but just know your boy's banged up over at the Play Museum in Rochester, New York.
Sir, this is not a hands-on exhibit, sir.
It's actually called the Strong National Museum of Play.
Yeah.
That is a.k.a. the Toy Hall of Fame. And I remember every year we would talk about these entries, and every year just get so much more and more pissed off.
Yeah, a stick, really?
Yeah, a stick made it in. And this is something we talk. I've never heard of 3 of these. Never even heard of it. And usually, like with the Hall of Fame, Jack, for like sports, it's 20 years out of the game before you can start, or 10 or 20?
Right. Not that.
It's like 10 years out of the game or something like that, right?
Seven times.
So these have been out of the, I mean, these, like we talked about one yesterday, Light Bright made it into, or is a finalist to make it into the Toy Hall of Fame. I think we can all agree for the Gen X crowd, Light Bright should probably be in there, right?
Oh, that's a dunk. I'm not even part of your generation. I never had one, but I just know the importance of a good old-fashioned Light Bright.
Yeah, and let's talk about choking hazards.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I mean, you talking about the chef's kiss of choking hazards. Light Bright was it.
Being featured in this season of Stranger Thing has to really elevate its value now.
Absolutely.
And chances.
Also, the ability to wreck a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh, man, you know you got one.
Lego-esque when stepping on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, not.
Because they would lay flat.
They lay flat.
Yeah.
It was also round, right? Each
each peg
was
a
round.
Cylinder, clear plastic cylinder.
Yeah. Nice.
Have you guys ever heard of, by the way, the game Bingo is a finalist?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that should be is that even a game? That's more of a gambling thing, isn't it? Isn't Bingo's to gamble?
What's
no, maybe it was a game that was converted to a gambling game.
But I mean, dice is gambling too. But I mean, so Bingo is a finalist. What are Breyer horses? Do you know what that is? BREYER. Breyer horses. I've never heard of a Breyer horse. I can assume maybe it's like a teddy bear, like a stuffed horse or something,
or is it one of the displays? Because I knew a lot of. Oh, okay.
I'm looking at it. I see it.
What is it? Is it like a rocking horse? Is that what it is?
Paint
the word picture.
No, it's just a specific. It's like a horse toy. It's just a toy. That's
Did you ever know a girl who grew up who had like statuettes of horses and all like a Palomino?
Well, and then that went into that My Little Pony thing.
That would be the Breyer horses.
I think we can all agree this does not belong.
You know, I don't know. I've never played with a Breyer horse. I don't even know when it's from.
Exactly.
What year are they from, Deborah?
Oh, well.
They're still going.
Yeah, they're still going. But I knew, I had several classmates who had.
Really?
Yeah.
And every
girls were really into horses.
Dude, every high school had a horse girl.
Yeah, you're right.
The horse girls are aplenty.
Yeah. Are they, I mean, were they cool? They were kind of loners, right?
I would
horse
say
girls?
that they were not considered cool.
Right, they were kind of loners. It was them and their horse, and that was it, right? They went there right after school to brush it and take care of it, and they didn't really.
And the cool kids would make fun of how they smell.
Right, yeah.
If they were lucky enough to afford a real horse.
Right, yeah.
Well, it wasn't even just that they had a horse; they were just obsessed with horses.
And those would be the girls whose bedrooms would be filled with Breyer's horses.
Right.
Yeah. People, some girls really like horses, man.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Power to them.
Okay, so the other one that made it in is oh man.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Get it
no,
ready.
I mean, I'm going to be able to pronounce it, no question.
Oh, are you?
Is it Catan or Catan and the Masters of the Universe?
Settlers of Catan?
Catan, is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah.
Catan and Masters of the Universe is up for being a finalist. Now, that's from your era of toys, right, Ross? Masters of the Universe type thing, or is that earlier than you?
I'm confused on Masters of the Universe. Maybe, is that an edition of Catan?
Oh, it says Catan, the board game originally known as Settlers of Catan, when it was published in Germany in 1995.
Yeah.
So it is the same thing. It's a board game thing,
It's a board game. I've played Catan. It's pretty wild.
I'm
trying to remember. I think you're like a farmer or you grow like a civilization or something. I don't know, man. Another example of me just being banged up playing a game.
There's another game here called Phase 10. Have you guys heard of this? It's like a rummy-style card game.
No.
It appeared in 1992, and they say it's the second best-selling card game in the world.
What?
Behind Uno? It looks like Uno.
I would think it's probably behind Uno. And Rack-O, a pattern-building card game first introduced in 1956 by Milton Bradley. I've never even heard of it.
Boring.
Have you heard of Rack-O?
No. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Hell
yeah.
no.
All right, so here's some other things that are on that list, and we'll move on.
Got him, Jack.
Breyer Horses, Light Bright, Nerf toys. I think
There we go. Put them in. Fast pass.
How about this one? You ready? Pound Puppies. Everybody, you remember
Yeah, I
pound
remember
puppies?
hearing
right?
about them.
I don't remember pound puppies.
It was a
pound,
thing.
that was a thing in the 80s.
Now, here are things. This is for math nerds who also like to play. You guys remember having spirographs?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Spirographs,
Yeah.
and you had that pin
Yep.
that at the end you could push it down and be red, green, black, or blue. If you remember, and you used to do this, and you'd do the thing, and you would kind of pick a hole and you do it, and it'd make that pattern. Oh, so cool.
And then later you would do psychedelic drugs and realize, oh, that's what I was drawing.
Right, yeah. I just drew 3 Tool album covers. And then the last one, which is, I cannot believe this isn't in here, and I don't even know if it's really a toy. I think it's like a cultural thing. A piñata.
Hell yeah.
Is a piñata a toy? It's not really a toy, though, is it? It's a game. Well, I guess.
Well, that would make it a
Yeah,
play.
I guess, yeah.
Yes.
So how is the piñata that's been around for eons, how is that not already in the Toy Hall of Fame?
Jim, they also had to pick a year to put a stick
I
in.
guess, Jack, I guess.
You know, so stick and hoop.
All right.
Stick and hoop, yeah.
407-916-1041. So there you go. Those are the entrants, or those are the finalists for getting into the Toy Hall of Fame.
I didn't find anything too controversial except for the stupid horse.
Yeah, I don't even know what a Breyer horse is, so it's only one of those.
Out. That's what it is. It's out.
No, someone said you could collect. Someone texted us at 77031. You could collect every breed of a Breyer horse. They were collectibles, and they're made of plastic. They're about 6 inches tall, but they're awesome. I used to play
horse girl
It's
alert.
like a model toy horse, and I would play with them with my Barbies. And now my granddaughter plays with them. That I found a box in the attic. I'm 55.
Wow.
No $6 million man though.
I wonder if do they have value? Look up look at like old Breyer horses. See if they're collectible. Just go to eBay and type it in.
On it.
Now
here's the
Jimmy's
thing.
going to be looking for something else at garage
That's
sales.
what I'm saying, man.
You need to know this.
This
stuff,
is what you got to do, man. If you want to get a side hustle going, then you got to pay attention. And when you hear stuff like Breyer horses, I don't know what that is.
Yes, the answer is yes.
How much?
I'm looking at one for $70,
Oh,
$79, $70, $50, $82.
Find them.
So the lady who found a box of them in her attic.
Oh yeah, found a couple $100
easily.
A few $100.
Oh,
Yeah, they're kind of cool.
I got one at 152, but I
Damn.
gotta tell you, that's a nice Breyer horse.
Really?
I wouldn't
Yeah,
mind
yeah.
one in the background of my G.I. Joe camp setup. You know.
Yeah.
Get into them miniatures, are you, Jack?
It would
Yeah,
just,
I hear you.
It would just, give a little ambiance to to the scene.
It does.
Sure.
It does. You got to think of all angles of your diorama.
Target practice for G.I. Joe.
Not the horse.
Shoot what you got.
They play like they're in Iraq, and when you're there, you can pay $500 to shoot a donkey with a rocket launcher.
Why? You don't even need to go that far. You can just go to Texas.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. I want Ross to get off the phone because he brought up something earlier I was kind of interested in talking about. And it's kind of fun. It's just like a fun middle of the week topic. Hey, do you know what a movie trope is?
He
Yeah.
he heard that part. He's like, all right, I'm going to put you on hold.
Ross comes up and he goes, hey, what's your favorite movie trope? And I was like, I don't really kind of even know what you're talking about. He goes, like a stereotypical thing that happens in movies that isn't real. And I said, oh, you mean like, is it the normal thing like the handgun that has 3,000 rounds? He's like, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And since the minute he said that, we were leaving the golf course today. Well, by the way, we played golf this morning. We'll have the results. We're talking about that for Ross Thoughts. We'll do that in half an hour.
Yeah, we're still tallying up the scores.
That's right.
We're bad at simple math.
We did an abacus. So you wrote, what got you on the movie trope thing? What was that all about?
I just find them so fascinating that multiple movie makers, they know it's a safe bet. Their audiences are down to go on the journey of this image. And a great example that I first thought of was, how many times have you seen a homeless person in a movie around like an oil tin,
like a burning barrel?
A burning barrel.
Yeah, that's where they hang out. If you watch movies, you would only think that homeless people hang out around burning barrels.
Yes.
Always. That's like what they do. I've never seen that. Granted, I'm in Florida. It's hot. They're not going to be burning much, but even in the winter, it gets kind of, Gucci Man burr. But like, I've never seen that. I don't even know if that's a real thing. But for movies, it works.
Well, it's not a real thing in the sense that every time you turn a corner, there's 5 or 6 homeless people standing around a burning barrel, but it does happen.
And if it's not homeless people, it's a doo-wop group.
Another movie trope is, and I think this is either, I don't know, maybe it's getting worse. I think it's getting better, but like, how many times have you seen a movie and the dad is just, well, I don't know.
Oh, that's a thing. By the way, that's a thing.
Yeah.
That's a social study thing that my wife has been talking about for at least 10 years of our life. She goes, Jimmy, why does Hollywood make father figures so dumb? Why do they make them the rube of the joke or the butt of the joke? And if you look through sitcoms in Hollywood, it is astounding how dumb they make fathers and husbands look.
My wife has also pointed it out because it's also commercials as well.
Yeah.
And I'm like, because you have to punch up. It's the white guy in authority or the male figure in authority, the patriarch, and you have to punch up because you wouldn't make the wife, dumb or the kids dumb. It would, or the whole family may be dumb, but it's always got to be the dad. Otherwise,
he can take it?
Otherwise, it's bullying.
Oh,
right?
really?
Because then you're punching down.
I don't know about all that.
I know, but-
I've studied the deeper meanings of
Have
this.
you really?
Yeah.
I'll look for your paper.
It is amazing how manipulated we are through advertising, through colors, through the clothes that they wear. But yeah.
Another massive dad movie trope, and I think this one might even be bigger than like the
dad being dumb.
Dad being dumb.
Hey, I couldn't make it through another day if it wasn't for my wife and my kids.
Yeah.
How did I make it this far?
Especially in the 80s and 90s, countless amounts of movies that had the dad career focused and that he was obsessed with work, and then everything else happens because of his obsession with work.
You mean the entire series of Mad Men?
Boom. It's such a stereotype when it comes to our movies and shows.
That was societal for a while, though.
Off-rip, Jingle All the Way. I mean, granted, that's a weird movie to bring up, but that falls into that. Old people, wise people with glasses that are old and wrinkly with a beard.
Right.
So many old people playing the wisest person in the room.
Also, the one that you had brought up earlier, it makes me think of both Harry Potter and another Keanu Reeves movie is The Book That Can Stop the Bullet.
Yeah. Someone's got a damn notepad in their jacket, and it stops the bullet.
They're stopping an AK with it.
I don't know how many times that's actually happened. I think there's an argument of saying maybe that's never happened.
Right.
Oh, back in the day.
I like when they make it a Bible.
Yeah. A Bible, and oh man, Jack, right on the money.
Yeah. Who was I remember there's a comedy bit about this where it was it wasn't a comedy bit. So back in if you watch TV back in the, like, I'll give you an example. Any of the Clint Eastwood movies, the Dirty Harry movies, find a white guy bad guy in those movies. It's always the stereotypical, like, black guy, Hispanic guy.
Oh, yeah.
Never, ever is except for Dirty Harry, the worst white guy. The serial killer was a white dude. But all the other, like, robberies to set up what a badass he is, it's always black guys and Hispanic guys. And that was, like, the thing for a long time.
I don't think movies do this as much, but for the longest time, how many movies did you see with a bomb involved that had a wire cutting scene?
Oh, someone just texted about that. It wasn't the bomb. This is like you could pull 15 wires from under the steering wheel and start any car in 30 seconds.
Yeah. You can hotwire
anything out there.
But there for a while, though, hot wiring cars is pretty darn easy. They fix it now, but you can hotwire a car pretty easy.
I don't know. Just don't watch TikTok.
But when it comes to movies and the whole bomb, you're trying to save the day, it's just cutting a wire. And each movie had their own different wire. Cut the yellow wire, cut the red one. It's the blue one.
That's why Will Forte would just completely clown that.
Yes.
And MacGruber, the MacGruber sketches on SNL those were so good.
Another huge one. A lot of these are 80s and 90s. I think this is when we really hit the line of a lot of these movie tropes.
And that's when we actually made movies before CGI happened, and you made them in a room with a computer.
How many times have you seen the geeky person become hot?
Oh man,
always.
I mean, that started Patrick Dempsey's career.
It's just
and Sarah Jessica Parker.
So many times.
What was it? Patrick Dempsey's movie was "You Can't Buy Me Love." Was the name of the movie where He was a guy who bought a rich girl who wore an outfit that her mother told her not to wear. It was her outfit, her mom's. She wore it. Somebody spilt wine on it. It cost like $1,000 to buy. You got to remember $1,000 for an outfit in '85.
Oh yeah,
I mean that's a car. And so he gave her the money to buy the new outfit, and for that she had to act like she liked him to make him popular. Oh, it's a damn good movie. Some of Patrick's best work.
And that's the thing about the tropes, about movie tropes. They work. The reason why they are so stereotypical is because audiences have proven production companies. We've told them like, hey, we like this. This is what works. Don't change it too much. A banger of a movie trope: the fat friend.
Oh yeah.
The fat friend who just is funny on every line and never gets like anything taken seriously.
Let me say something sexist. Is that the same thing with women with movies? There's always the one really good looking like main character girl, and then the other two girls that are her friends aren't exactly there yet.
Little mousy.
Oh yeah.
Aren't exactly. That's the same thing, right?
Can never have the understudy be better than the star,
absolutely.
especially if she's a Megan Fox and she's part of the reason to draw young boys into Transformer movie. They're not going to have another Megan Fox on set.
Right.
You know, the other one I like, cars blowing up after an accident like everyone's driving a Pinto from the 70s.
What's going on?
That's right. And it doesn't just blow up. It's like an anti-tank missile hit.
Exactly.
And shout out to Steven Spielberg. One of his earliest movies, it's about a semi-truck.
A duel.
Maximum Overdrive.
Duel. It's his first movie.
At the very end of that movie, he fought tooth and nail for the car not to explode. And he won that battle. And when you go back and you see how amazing that footage is of the semi tumbling down like a sand dune, an explosion would have ruined that shot. But it was, the big wigs, the producers who are putting up all the money going, why doesn't it explode?
We need boom
boom.
It's an action movie. Let's blow. It's an action picture. Let's blow it up.
And if you go back and you watch that footage, it is just such a small sign of Spielberg's just eliteness.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Load them up. It's time for trivia. Let's give something away, Deb. What do you say?
Good idea.
Prize. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO moving.com.
Hi, this is Dan Patrick, and here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Tom Brady says he's close to the end of his NFL career. The 7-time Super Bowl winning QB made the remark on his Let's Go podcast. Orlando City SC rides a 3-match home winning streak into their showdown against Atlanta United. The Lions will also try to avenge an embarrassing loss to Philly. And Florida football coach Billy Napier wants his team to perform better on third down against South Florida, saying missed opportunities cost them against Kentucky. I'm Scott Davidson.
Hey, rocket scientists, look no further for the next big thinker. First-in-class technology, a leader in innovation, and an intelligence not yet seen from an SUV. The 2022 Mercedes-Benz GLE. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
Rebat says it's time for a new bathroom, and I agree. Look, I've been in that exact seat, like wondering, when am I going to pull this trigger? When am I going to finally do this? And every single time I would ask myself that question, I would say, well, you know what comes with it, right? Thousands of dollars, months without a bathroom, people telling you certain things that aren't true, changing products on you, showing up, not showing up, different crew every day. You just talk yourself out of it. Well, let me help you out here, man. Don't talk yourself out of it anymore. Just talk yourself into Rebath, and here's why. Because Rebath solves all those problems, self-contained completely, including the products. The install team are employees, not subcontractors. And what do they have? Well, they can show it to you. Their showroom is easy to find, Altamont Springs, right across from Kobe. That's where you'll find it. You'll walk in and see some models set up. Now, those models are going to be configured into different bathrooms, but understand, those are just to show you what the products look like. Those are the products they offer. They can configure that any way you want, because every bathroom at Rebath is a custom bathroom. And like I said, the products are amazing, including natural stone like travertine and marble, and they're ready to install right now. Hop online, look at the before and afters, and then book your appointment. Your new bathroom's around the corner at Rebath, midfla.com.
You've heard the phrase too good to be true. We know that thousands of people just like you get that feeling when they receive an offer online to purchase their vehicle, only to find out it was too good to be true. But when you receive an offer to purchase your vehicle from AutoBuy, you always get the max, never a bait and switch, and you get paid on the spot. That's why we are Google's #1 rated car buying company in the nation. We make it fast and easy to sell your car, truck, SUV, or boat. If it has wheels, we'll buy it. Don't get misleading offers. Go to WePayTheMax.com. That's WePayTheMax.com.
Savannah RX Pharmacy is a Medicare-enrolled pharmacy. And great news if you're a Medicare participant. Visit GetYourRapidTest.com now to get up to 8 at-home COVID-19 rapid antigen tests monthly, delivered to you free, including free shipping. This is a 100% valid benefit of Medicare that has only recently been made available. The Federal Medicare COVID-19 Initiative offers Medicare participants free COVID-19 tests every month. Visit GetYourRapidTest.com. That's GetYourRapidTest.com for your free at-home COVID-19 rapid tests. That's GetYourRapidTest.com.
It's an unprecedented diamond buying opportunity at International Diamond Center. 3 days only this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. IDC is rolling out the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds ever seen here. And you can buy like a dealer buys. Choose from thousands of GIA and Forever Mark diamonds. These are the best of the best, certified by the world's top gem labs. Rare, precious diamonds at prices never seen before. Rounds, princess cuts, emerald cuts, cushion cuts, ovals, from 1 carat to 20 carat diamonds, all on sale. Don't be surprised to see jewelry store owners and diamond brokers shopping at this event. It's IDC's largest and most aggressive public diamond buying event ever. And if that wasn't enough, we're offering 0 interest financing. Plus, for these 3 days, you get extra savings and incentives on all engagement ring mountings, including Tacora. Don't miss this amazing opportunity. An open to the public multi-million-dollar diamond buying event, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only, and only at International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando showrooms. On approved credit, restrictions may apply.
Progressive Snapshot can save you money based on how you drive and how much you drive. So the safer you drive, the more money you could save. Now, if you didn't hear that because you were looking at your phone while driving, let me say it again. Seriously, put down your phone. That is so unsafe. If you didn't do stuff like use your phone while driving, you could save money with Progressive Snapshot. But saving or not, just put it down. And if you did hear it the first time because you weren't looking at your phone, nice work. You'd love Snapshot from Progressive because it rewards safe drivers. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California and North Carolina or from all agents.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. See, where we come from, people do right by each other. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Come on in and let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious. Another reason Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin, from our team member Nick.
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. Wisconsin is the dairy state, so naturally, Culver's was inspired by everyone's favorite rich and creamy tradition, frozen custard. We make our fresh frozen custard in small batches in every Culver's, and the farm fresh dairy is why it's so decadent. It's a match, or batch, made in heaven.
Come have a taste of Wisconsin. Welcome to Delicious.
This hour of talk, powered by Colonial Photo and Hobby.
This is The Jim Colbert Show. Also available on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Just search The Jim Colbert Show.
I think my favorite movie trope is when somebody gets injected with a drug, they pass immediately out. Dexter was really guilty of this. As soon as that needle hit their veins, boom, they were out.
Pet peeve of a movie trope. The cars and high-speed chase scenes are always sliding around corners. I watch it with my wife, I'm like, wait a second, that's a front-wheel drive. But guess what? He's still sliding around the corner.
He's
Love
whipping
the show.
whipping that ass around there, buddy. Power breaking it. A bunch of them on the texting service.
Oh,
One
yeah.
said that my favorite is when every you're going to hit a fire hydrant. And
great.
Shoots the water up in the air. Or the other one is, inevitably, somebody's walking across with a plate of glass. during a car crash or a car race.
Oh, yeah.
There's always somebody pushing a cart of fruit or something.
Yeah,
down the
fruit
road.
stand.
Right? It's always one of those.
And
Right?
do you know-
And the
do you
James
know-
Bond movies, by the way, are the worst. I mean, I think they probably employ every one of these.
Yeah, do you know why it's a fruit stand?
Because it color.
It looks good
Yeah.
when it gets hit
That's right.
real hard.
All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well, and Ross has the sauce jar.
All aboard!
Chugga chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack. Clickety-clack.
Okay, I have a beautiful pair of tickets to
Got 'em.
see two comedic gods.
All right.
Steve Martin and Martin Short. That's right.
All week long.
Oh, yeah. You won't believe what they look like today. Tour with very special guests, Jeff Babco and the Steep Canyon Rangers.
All right.
Rangers. Saturday, April 29th at Dr. Phillips Center. Then the crown jewel in the performing arts that is Orlando, Florida. It's going to be an amazing show. It's an absolute treat to have these tickets in the sauce jar, which is brought to you by
Cento Family Moving and Storage. You know, they can handle your move. Is it local? They got you. Long distance? Doesn't matter. That should be long distance instead of long distance. Residential or commercial. Best part is, mention the Jim Colbert Show. That will snag you a discount. So book them today at centomoving.com. That's CENTO moving.com. Would like you to inject a little bit more fun into your clickety-clack. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Deb. I appreciate that. Ross, who goes first?
Let's welcome Dwayne.
Dwayne right there on line 3. Dwayne, how are you, buddy?
Oh, doing just great.
Good, man. Want to play a little game with us?
Jackpot trivia. Let's go.
Let's do it.
That's a first.
Want to play a game?
All right, Dwayne, this is a very easy game. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of them is a lie. If you can find it, I will send you to the sauce jar to see Steve Martin and Martin Short coming up early next year here in Orlando. Are you ready?
Ready.
Hey, where are you from?
Sebastian.
Okay, very good.
Oh,
It's-
cool.
It's National Virginia Day.
Oh.
You know that? National Virginia Day today.
It is for lovers.
That's right. Here are 3 fun facts about Virginia and 1 lie, like Jack said, for lovers.
Oh.
All right, here we go. Number 1. Virginia was the first state to enforce blue laws that prohibit alcohol sales on Sundays.
Yeah.
Number 2. Virginia was named after Queen Elizabeth I, who was called the Virgin Queen. Number 3. Virginia has the second highest concentration of tech workers in the entire U.S. And lastly, Virginia has more traffic lawyers per capita than any other state in the country. Which one of those is a lie?
Number 2.
Number 2 is absolutely true, unfortunately, buddy. Virginia was named after Queen Elizabeth II, or first, who was called the Virgin Queen. Virgin Virginia. There you go. Ross, who's next?
Let's welcome Sammy.
Sammy, right here on line 4. Sammy, how are you, bud?
Doing great.
All right, very good. Called you Bed there. I don't know why. I meant to call you Bud, but then I got mixed up. We're talking about Virginia here, buddy. Find the lie for me. Number 1, Virginia was the first state to enforce blue laws that prohibit alcohol sales on Sundays. Number 2, Virginia has the highest concentration of tech workers in the U.S. Or lastly, Virginia has more traffic lawyers per capita than any other state in the U.S.
I'm going to say number 2.
Number 2 is true, unfortunately. Virginia has the second highest concentration of tech workers in the country, and I'll tell you why here in just 1 second. Ross, who it is?
Let's welcome Doug.
Doug right there at the bottom. Don't get many Dougs on the show. Doug,
Exactly.
Doug, how are you, man?
Good, man. Let's do this.
Man, Doug is a dying name. There aren't many guys named Doug anymore.
Hey, Doug, how do you feel about that?
All right, good.
I think you just killed them all.
All right, talking about Virginia here, buddy. Find the lie. You got a 50-50 shot. Number 1, Virginia was the first state to enforce blue laws that prohibit alcohol sales on Sundays. Or lastly, Virginia has more traffic lawyers per capita than any other state in the U.S.
Go with number 1.
Number 1 is the answer, buddy. You're a winner.
Hey, Doug's alive.
There you go. For the record, it's Connecticut. Connecticut was the first state to do that, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I would have thought it was Virginia.
Virginia does have more traffic lawyers per capita than any other state in the U.S. And by the way, there's so many, the next closest state has half.
Oh, my goodness.
In Maryland. So that's how many traffic attorneys are in Virginia. A couple other things you may not know about Virginia before we find out what's coming up for Ross Thoughts.
Chill.
The world's largest office building is in Virginia. You guys want to take a shot at what that is?
CIA?
The Pentagon.
Oh, wow.
It is in Virginia. By the way, it has 3 times more floor space than the Empire State Building.
I forget.
Whoa.
I forget. That's an office building.
Yeah, it is an office building. The first peanuts grown in the U.S. were not grown in Georgia. They were grown in Virginia. Virginia handles about 70% of the world's
email.
This goes back to the tech service thing.
Email,
text
internet.
messages,
e-commerce.
Well, I mean, you guys are all around it.
Data,
internet traffic.
It's internet traffic.
Yeah,
because that's why all the tech workers are there. Virginia is one of the major hubs of all of the world's internet traffic.
Oh, bro, don't let the bad guys know.
70% of that. Wow, crazy, right?
Yes.
And then lastly, fraternities or Greek life started in Virginia.
Oh, wow. I would not have thought that.
1776 at William and Mary College in Virginia, which is one of the oldest colleges in the U.S.
Yes, it is.
There you go. What's coming up for thoughts, Big Dog?
So you and I played golf this morning.
We did, buddy.
And I think some of our listeners got a little invested.
Yeah.
Going, who's going to win? This is our second time?
This is our second match heads up? A second or third or something
Second
like
or
that.
third.
Yeah.
You have beaten me every single time.
Well, no, remember a long time ago when you first told me you played golf, we played out at DeBerry Plantation.
And you just
Yeah,
whooped
that
me.
wasn't even close.
It wasn't
there.
close.
But
It
that
was
wasn't
bad.
fair because you just started playing again, but you've been playing a lot.
I have been.
And we'll see how that worked out for you.
Exactly.
Right after this.
And if I can also throw this
Yeah,
out,
sure,
all
buddy.
right? When we unveil this, I'm asking you to be classy. It's a gentleman's game.
It is
Golf.
a gentleman's game. And I agree with that 100%.
Oh, that's kind of a shot.
Yeah.
That is a little bit.
Well, I mean, just in the past when, he's beaten me, he's always been
here's
like,
the deal. Yeah.
in your face.
Time out. Either win or lose, Jim has that gear.
Yeah.
Jack's right.
The class gear?
Oh, no, not the class gear. That's always in 6.
I'm just asking you.
That's always in 50.
Yeah.
That's always an overdrive.
Small request.
Overdrive class. That's what I got. Class overdrive.
And, what? It's time to.
It's far right all the way over.
But I thought it was a Volkswagen.
What?
Volkswagen, their
I don't
reverse
drive
is
a
on the left.
Volkswagen. What are you doing?
Okay, I'm just saying.
All
Well,
right.
Volkswagen Golf, what's up?
We're talking overdrive.
Let's find out what happened.
Okay.
Next.
It's another winning Wednesday on our Instagram page at Real Radio 1041. The clock is running. Today you can win a pair of tickets to the sold-out Kevin Hart Show this Friday at Amway Center. Real Radio 1041 on Instagram is powered by Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, contact Clausman Law at clausmanlaw.com.
Showers are hampering efforts to clear this crash on 434 that's blocking the entrance ramp onto eastbound I-4. Big delays through this area. It's also really heavy westbound, too, between Princeton Street and Robinson Street. Slow, too, westbound between 417 and Osceola Polk Line Road. We're still looking good on 417. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Amtrak. Amtrak. Whether you're craving a breath of fresh mountain air, an exciting new adventure, or just some free babysitting from Grandma, Amtrak can get you there. With more than 500 destinations across the country. Everything you're missing, just an Amtrak away.
Tijuana Flats bringing street corn back to the masses in a major way with a complete street corn takeover of their restaurants. And this is a limited time offer, but let me tell you something, man. These are bold new recipes with deals starting at only $9.99. Two of the entrees there have chili garlic steak, like featured in the chili garlic steak and tater tot burrito. That's right. Chili garlic steak and tater tot burrito, crispy tots, chili garlic steak, queso blanco, street corn, garlic lime sauce, cheddar jack, queso fresco, avocado sauce, all of that with chips and a salsa, only $11.79, and that's just where it starts. You got to try this new street corn menu. It is incredible, and it's only at Tijuana Flats.
There are those who feel living with debt is inevitable. But there are those who want to be financially free. These are the ones who are willing to play the long game. And those are the ones who know there are some financial institutions who care more about helping you reach your goals than they do about the bottom line. Fairwinds. Financial freedom happens here. Visit fairwinds.org.
Some roads take us to where we want to go. Other roads lead to Mo. In a world full of dangerous roads, there's only one thing you need to know. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Roof now, pay later. Tadlock Roofing offers the best financing in the industry. Get started at tadlockroofing.com.
One name in roofing stands on top. Tadlock.
Tadlockroofing.com.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
You know how right when you wake up, you start craving food, but you're not entirely sure what you're wanting? Psst, it's McDonald's. The new crispy chicken biscuit, to be exact. You want the one thing that's so crispy, so juicy, and oh so tender, sandwiched between 2 buttery, flaky biscuits. You want the good stuff. And now you can mix and match 2 for $6, including the sausage McMuffin with egg and bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Single item at regular price.
A meal at McDonald's brings my family closer together. And now that same meal helps bring other families closer together. When we order a family bundle deal that has 40 crispy chicken McNuggets and 2 large fries, McDonald's donates 50 cents to local Florida Ronald McDonald House Charities chapters, providing a home away from home so families can stay close to their child during medical care. We can also round up our order and the extra will get donated. Food, family, and helping others? What could be better? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Hey listener, welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it!
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by The Original Mattress Factory.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind studio. Your accident, your future, your attorney. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or call pound 546 from your cell. You're listening to WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now number 1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station. The Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
It's you know. Cool tune, man. All right, 407-916-1041. Pilot.
Yes, sir.
I'm Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
And Jack.
Hi there.
And Ross has thoughts.
It's weird.
Wake up.
It's funny.
Wake up.
Sometimes.
Shoot the gap.
It's Ross.
Come here, brother.
Spelled like sauce.
Oh.
It's Ross Thoughts.
Ross Thoughts is brought to you by Mills Air. Listen, I don't own a home because my fiance does, but she trusted me to make a phone call, which isn't a lot of trust, but I still made the most of it.
You did.
I called Mills Air. They saved my house's AC unit. In fact, they gave me a whole new one, 15-seer carrier. Don't want to brag, but it's nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
Burr! Every time I walk through that front door. Today, Jim and I played golf.
We teed it.
We have very different golf careers.
We do.
Golf experiences. I think you got into golf when you were 17, 18?
Yeah, when I moved to Orlando, I had just started playing because I'd hurt myself and couldn't play baseball anymore. And I needed something to compete, so I took up golf. My best friend at the time, his cousin and father played, and he had clubs, so it was just natural. And then I borrowed a set of clubs from an uncle of mine and hit balls in a hayfield. And then moved to Orlando and just became obsessed with the game.
It is such a great game. My golf experience went ahead and started off, both of my parents were professionals. My mom qualified for 4 women U.S. Opens. My dad, I think his highest place was like 4th or 5th or something. I don't know. He doesn't know because he grabbed all of that earnings and spent it on drugs.
All right.
Nice. But today, Jim and I played golf.
Now, and let's kind of go back to how we started, because you weren't playing when we
at all,
even though you played through your youth.
A lot in my youth.
Got into the entertainment world and kind of just forgot golf altogether.
And then you know what changed it? My friend took an Adderall. We went golfing. He hit a good golf shot, got addicted, not to Adderall, but to golf.
Okay.
And then he sucked me back into the game, and now I've got a whole different set of eyes when it comes to the great game of golf.
You got a great swing. You're playing a lot. Your game is really coming around.
And I think it's time to update and let our listeners know about today. First of all, we both played like ass.
Complete donkeys.
Oh.
I mean, complete.
Man.
A complete donkey show. Here's the thing. They sanded the green to the golf course. We did not know that. I was told right after I paid.
Yeah, gotta love that. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. And golf course playing a little muddy because it's wet, but it doesn't matter. That's no excuse. We both had to play the same course.
Had to play the same thing. You shot.
I don't even want to say it.
I will.
I shot 83.
You shot 83.
Ooh.
Wait.
It's a bit warm in here.
I'm bad at math, but doesn't that mean that Ross won?
No, it doesn't, because we don't know what Ross shot. I shot 83.
Okay, I thought he already said his number.
No. He didn't say that yet. And we both came into this round playing okay. I shot 78, and he actually shot 77 in the round before this round.
Oh,
tell me you also shot 83. That would be
84.
Perfect. Oh, that would be
81.
Ross won today.
Oh,
wait
you
a
got
minute.
beat.
Now, here's the thing.
Ross beat me today.
Jack, I don't want any of that.
How is that possible? You haven't been in a... Well, yeah.
Listen, guys, this is a gentleman's sport.
I shot 83, and I think I missed, 3 fairways?
Yeah. It was a frustrating round for both of us.
And hit it by everybody by 20 yards every single time, dead center of the fairway with flip wedges, and I could not. I'm telling you, my iron game today was a joke because I putted it lights out.
So I just wanted to say,
you're like my handicap now.
First and foremost, thank you, because you were right at hole 1. You're like, it's time to give you some healthy competition, and I haven't had, a real close. And the lead flipped and flopped. I looked back at the scorecard. I was like, damn, he had the lead. I had the lead.
Well, you think about how it went. I hit driver at 237 into that first green, and I would have gone for it. But again, you just couldn't get a good lie out there to really kind of get it. And I hit it in the middle of the fairway, and then I'm sitting there with 62 yards of the green to make bogey.
So
how do you make bogey from 62 yards?
So the first thing I want to say is thank you, and the second thing I want to say is I am not going to rub this in your face. I'm not that type of competitor.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Kathy.
Dude, Jim, what the hell did you do on 18? Really? And you're going to blame the sand
listen
on
to me.
the green?
I had 123 to that.
Really?
Listen, Kathy, 123 to that green. How far do you think I hit it? Let me tell you, 61 yards. I hit about 1.5 feet behind it and then barely made it on the green with my 60. It was a nightmare. And I bombed it off the tee all day today. My iron game was trash. Trash. God, I'm so mad.
You know what that's called?
Choking.
Choke.
Yeah.
Choking. Pressure. Choke. Coming down to the wire. You knew what you had to make, in order to beat Ross.
And look,
Sound familiar?
and even worse, I'll help you. And even worse, he played awful. I mean, he played dog-ass bad. And
He
tried to give it to me.
Up and down, though.
Oh, God, don't even get me started. He tried to give it to me on 17-18. Literally tried to hand it to me. What did I do? Stuck my hands in my pockets and then moonwalked around in the mud. That's what I did.
Seriously?
Well, yeah, seriously. Oh, I deserve it.
Here's the killer. Seriously? Here's the killer, Jim.
Tell me,
you
Kathy.
not only lost at 83 to 81, he even beat you in match play.
Yeah, I know.
No!
It was even worse. Look, that's what. Can I tell you? That was the scam I was going to pull on him, Kathy. I was telling you because I knew I didn't have my game, and I was like, I'm like, hey, we're playing match play, so at least I wouldn't get my nuts kicked in by stroke play. And I kept it close because we both play so bad. I'll tell you something even crazier. We were on a par 3. It's like 140 or whatever. I'd already hit it on the left side of the green. Oh, Ross shanked it, almost hit 2 people in the other tee box. He re-teed it, and I said, "Buddy, I don't think that's bad. I mean, I think it's bad, but I don't think it's lost." He goes, "Oh no, it's gone." And as soon as we get done, I drove over and I find his golf ball for him. That's what kind of competitor I am. I could have let him re-tee it, make 7 there, and we would have tied. But no, I'm too good of a person.
That's not the rules of golf.
Okay, Kathy.
If you find your ball in play, you play it.
I thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much.
I played it. I still bogeyed the hole, but it was going to be a double.
Or worse.
So, Mom, what do you think about, Jim's just overall performance, though? You know that he's better than 83, but what kind of positive words would you give him?
Kathy, I shanked it twice.
This seems to be a recurring theme.
Of what? Of what?
To the end of the match, and he can't handle the pressure.
Let me tell you something.
He's either counting his score.
Your scarecrow of a son is the worst collapser of all time. He's like a house made of cards, this guy, when it gets to 16, 17, 18. He tells me all the time. He texts me the other day, I'm at Dubster, I'm like 2 over with 3 holes left, and he shoots like 77. Because he finishes double-double.
81.
Get out of here.
You know what? I'm going to tell you. Here's the secret. The secret to closing the round. And I've already told this to Ross. The secret is you put yourself in that position time and time and time again. And then you make it that one time.
Oh, man.
And then it's like, okay, I got this.
This is going to be, Kathy, this is going to be a lifetime game between us.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of a lifetime golf match that I will avenge the next time we play. I predict a 5-shot win.
A friendly rivalry
from you.
You shouldn't have done that. You
Kathy.
shouldn't have called it out. You set the bar right now.
Kathy,
Big mistake.
I am tiring of this call from you. I am tiring of this call from you.
I don't know. I can't wait to see you in October. I really.
Oh, I can't either, dear. I can't either. I am going to be so disrespectful to you. How long? Hey, for real. How long?
She's laughing at you.
How long are you in town?
I come in on Wednesday before the wedding, and I leave late Monday.
Okay, good. So we can get together by then for sure. When's the wedding? On a Saturday?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we're definitely getting together when you come in town. All right.
All right. You got it.
All right. Seriously?
Yes. Seriously.
All right, Kathy Padgett. Thank you, Kathy. Always good seeing you.
Love you, Mom.
I deserved everything you gave me, Kathy.
All right.
I want a short game lesson.
What? Oh, short game lesson?
I need irons, man. I'm just not compressing the ball right. I just got something crazy going. I just not it's not good.
Here's one quick tip. If you're hitting the ball fat, that means you're sequencing into impact. The legs are late.
Yeah, listen, and here's how
you got late legs.
You have late legs, Jim.
Here's how
you
it
got
went.
late legs, man.
Kathy, here's how it went. We like the 4th hole. I hit 6 iron to 10 feet. Miss it. Go to the next hole. Bomb it in the middle of the fairway. I have 104 to the flag, and I don't even come close to the green. How do you hit 6? How do you hit a 185-yard? Perfect little drawn 6-iron into a flag tucked on a par 3 and then go to the next hole, bomb it, and then you can't manage a wedge shot. That's what I deal with.
Yeah, what's up with that, Mom?
Oh, God, enough.
No, well, here's the thing in golf, when you
Whoa, stop.
Sorry.
I got it. I got it.
Sorry.
Mom with the curse words.
I got it.
I'm
Kathy.
sorry, I didn't mean to say, but
Kathy.
it does. And you can't, the good players, all right, they're able to let it go.
Well, and you know what happened in the fourth hole in, I had this little 60-degree wedge from about maybe 70 yards, and I shanked it, and I told Ross from that point on, I told him after the round, I said, from that moment on, I just kind of unnerved me, and I couldn't get it back together.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah. Well, we can't wait.
The power of the mind.
Can't wait. Yeah, thanks, Kathy. I appreciate that. I didn't realize you were a Sherpa.
Call him a loser again, Mama Pat.
Don't you do it. Don't you dare. All right, we'll see you in October, Kathy. Thank you for everything.
You guys have a great
You're the
day.
greatest ever.
You too.
right.
Bye, Mama Padge.
407-916-1041.
The one thing that I know that my mom is proud of me is that I am picking up the game of golf. The second thing that she's most proud of is that I called Mills Air. She calls me all the time and goes, "Oh my God, what a great decision." I was like, "I know, Mom, I know." You can call them too, especially if your AC isn't working the way it should be. You need to give a call to Mills Air. That's 407-277-1159. It is time to turn to the experts at Carrier. Call today, schedule your appointment. millsair.com. Go ahead, feel the power of Mills Air. Those are your Ross thoughts. I'm out. I'll see you next week. Peace.
All right, buddy. 407-916-1041. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7. It's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by Gringos Locos and SecuredRoofingAndRestoration.com. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Mike, and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Well, officials have cleared this accident eastbound on I-4 in the express lanes approaching 436. It's left behind some very heavy traffic, so keep that in mind. It looks like westbound travel on I-4 still stop and go from a crash, still blocking the right lane between Maitland Boulevard and Lee Road. Also heavy westbound on the interstate near Princeton Street. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477 from the Traffic Center. I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Print and Marketing Services help small businesses create bold signs to make big impressions. Right now, get $10 off custom printed signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. Offer ends 10/1. Visit staples.com/this is your sign for details. This is your sign to print big at Staples.
Man, if I were to ask you, who is monitoring your home security system? Do you even know who that is? But what if I told you that you're being monitored from someone's home? Like, could you imagine someone working from home for your security company with all that information? Your family's security is dependent on how fast a worker responds to your alarm from their house. That sounds unreal, but that's exactly what the largest company in America is doing, and now you know why your neighbors choose SafeTouch. At SafeTouch, the monitoring center is right here. It's fully staffed at their disaster-resistant monitoring station, and if you're like me, the safety of your family is one of the most important things in life. Whether I'm home with my family or away, I know SafeTouch is there for them 24/7, no matter what, not watching from somebody's bedroom. That's amazing, really, if you think about it. A home security company that allows their customers to be monitored by somebody at their house. Genuinely unreal. Call right now and find out how SafeTouch can get you that 5-star security and surveillance system. So outstanding that you will love it for sure. Plus, you get free installation on all that equipment. Don't just assume, but know your family is safe with SafeTouch Security. Call them today. It's 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com. State license EF233.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by RC Hill Mitsubishi, Highway 1792 in DeLand.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival,
where the biggest stars from all walks of music come together.
September 23rd and 24th, T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Limited seats are still available at AXS.com or stream it live on the CW app and CWTV.com.
iHeart and Capital One created a free iHeartRadio Music Festival NFT dropping September 19th for 72 hours. Capital One cardholders can get a special NFT unlocking a chance for a trip to next year's festival. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One NFT for rules and details.
Start driving the truck that you deserve today. Visit nationstrucks.com and make no payments until next year with approved credit and get $500 in free gas or diesel fuel with any purchase. Ford, Chevy, Dodge, Ram, GMC, find them all at Nations Trucks, the world's largest independent truck dealer.
If you've been involved in a car accident, call me, Glenn Levine, at the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733, and take back control of your life.
Office in Orlando.
America's leading internet provider just got even faster. Switch to Spectrum Internet, and you now get starting speeds of up to 300 megabits per second. Faster speeds for streaming, faster speeds for gaming, faster speeds for working or learning, all with 99.9% network reliability. So no matter what you do online, you can do it better, safer, and now even faster with Spectrum Internet. Visit Spectrum.com for details. Based on internet subscribers among top ISPs, speeds may vary. Restrictions apply.
You've got a beautiful life and big goals you still want to achieve. Help protect them with USAA's Level Term Life Insurance. It's coverage designed with big dreams in mind. Did you know life insurance can help your loved ones cover the cost of mortgage or bills, replace income, or even help with college costs if your earnings were no longer in the picture? That means you can all keep dreaming uninterrupted even if the unexpected happens, because USAA's budget-friendly life policy has you covered. USAA will be your partner through the entire process of selecting and setting up your policy. Learn how it works and how to pick the right coverage to protect your loved ones today. Visit USAA.com/keepdreaming to get started. Level Term 5, Form ICC 2099555-01-20. May vary by state. Life insurance provided by USAA Life Insurance Company, San Antonio, Texas. All life insurance products are subject to state availability, issue limitations, and contractual terms and conditions.
Red Hot Chili Peppers are back. Anthony, Chad, Flea, and John live on stage. World Tour 2022 with very special guests, The Strokes and Thundercat. Camping World Stadium, September 15th, 2022. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Check more at redhotchilipeppers.com.
There are some financial institutions who care more about helping you reach your goals, so they offer solutions and tools to make something that seems impossible become a reality. Fairwinds. Visit fairwinds.org.
Stop avoiding your erectile dysfunction issue. Peak Performance for Men is offering their best offer yet. Call today to book your free consultation and free blood flow evaluation. Peak Performance for Men helps over 80% of men who receive the treatment experience long-term improvement. All it takes is one phone call for a free consult. Call 407-464-8181. That's 407-464-8181.
Great meals start with fresh groceries. From corn on the cob to hot dog buns, Kroger's delivery pros guarantee your order is handled with care, so it arrives at your door just right. For groceries at a great price. Order now at Kroger.com. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
As a Boost member, get free next-day grocery delivery, double fuel points, and more. Sign up at Kroger.com/boost.
The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out. Packed with illustrations, the Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart, conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. Available October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
Divorce? Call Trindley and Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch, if you're into that kind of thing, at The Jim Colbert Show.
Oh, yeah. I showed you nothing but respect, but my agent is her own person. As you can tell by the cursing. She's a monster.
All right, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. I'm Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
And Jack. And Ross.
Yeah.
It is, Ross and I were talking about our golf match, not to go on about it, but We both don't feel like we did anything. Like he's like, I don't even feel like I won. I mean, you shoot 81 and win. It doesn't feel like you've
It's
won
not good.
anything. Yeah. So anyway, we'll get it going again soon. Maybe
Next
this
week.
weekend.
Yeah. Well, watch
All right.
out.
All right. 407-916-1041. What else do I have here to talk about? Let's see. My wife is at we already talked about the car show. She's up in Detroit now. Biden was in there talking about the electric cars and stuff.
Did she see Biden speak?
No, I don't think she did that. I think they she was there representing Ford because my wife designs things for Ford. Like when you go to a Ford dealership and you go to that area where they sell like the T-shirts and keychains and license plate covers and stuff like that, plus a bunch of other stuff, all their textiles, T-shirts.
Their promotional items?
Yeah, they make all of that. They design it and make it for Ford Motor Company. And she's up there right now pitching a bunch of stuff that she designed. She designed one of the most badass denim jean jackets I've ever seen. It's very cool.
I'm from Jersey. I like jean jackets.
Yeah, man, they're badass, and they're coming back.
What you just experienced, or what you just said, what you conveyed, it's such a cool feeling.
How's that?
Oh, just being proud of,
my wife?
Yeah.
Oh, she's a monster. She's a stone cold monster. I mean, this is her. I mean, when they gave her this account, I mean, she just she just ran with it. I mean, she talks to the heirs of the Ford Motor Company like every other day, and. Matter of fact, she was building a jacket and an outfit for Bill Ford when I spoke to her last. He is the CEO of Ford Motor Company.
No big deal.
MBD. But yeah, she's up there taking care of that for sure.
My fiance had her first listing, so I just had like all of that sense. I'm also super mad and jealous at her though right now.
Why?
She flies out to Mexico tomorrow.
To go where? And for what?
For a bachelorette party.
Another one?
It's the first one was hers.
Ross.
This one is one of her friends.
Mexico. They met in a bar in Texas, and now it's a thing in a can.
That was perfectly done.
Where is she going in Mexico, buddy?
I forgot. It might be Tulum.
Do you realize that this
is it Tuscaloosa, Ross?
Yeah, I think it might be.
This country has a warning, like a strongly do not visit Mexico thing happening right now. You know that?
I have heard of that.
Buddy, I'm
and
telling you.
I said it's all parts of Mexico.
Yeah, they are strongly advising people not to go to Mexico. I will tell you how serious it is. We started this tradition a little while ago. We've only done it a couple times of going away for Christmas, right? The day of Christmas, flying out, going somewhere and spending that week after Christmas somewhere cool. That's where we went to do the snowmobiling thing. And this year we're planning another trip. My wife's first booking was going to be Mexico. Right? And I remember talking to her. She goes, Jimmy, you're not going to believe this. Look at this house. And she sent me this house, and it's like 6 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, private pool, private beach, and the number was unbelievable. Like, the number was unbelievable. She goes, look at all that. And I go, do you know why that's that cheap? It says, because this country says you shouldn't be in that one for anything at all. Like, there is, like, it is bad there, right? It is really bad there right now. And the thing is the places you thought you were safe in Mexico as an American tourist aren't really. Those aren't places that are like you can't depend on that being safe anymore. Even the resorts, the nice ones, that doesn't matter anymore. These cartels are ruthless, and they're robbing people, kidnapping people at resorts because ransom money.
Well. Joke's on them because
tell her to be really cool, man.
I don't have that much ransom money.
See a group of good-looking American women down in Mexico partying down. She'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't know if you could wrap up with that.
407-916-1041. I would not go to Mexico right now. I got a buddy that just actually asked me via Facebook if I wanted to go down there for a food tour, and I got to call him or text him back tonight and tell him there's no way I can do it. No way, buddy. He's a great guy. I love him. He's an awesome person. Got a great taco spot here in Orlando, but I cannot go to Mexico.
Yeah, I'm still trying to go to Mexico.
Well, you can go, but you don't. I wouldn't go now. Not even. I'm telling you, man. Not to even. Just read up on it. Just type it in. Like traveling to Mexico. 407-916-1041. So California, Jack just sent me this morning. It was actually kind of interesting. California just signed a new controversial social media bill into California law. And Jack, for the life of me, I couldn't figure out what is the what is the controversial part of this? Because basically what it wants is it wants social media companies to be transparent about how they take care of hate speech and things of that nature on their platforms. How is that controversial?
I think it depends on how they want people, how they are going to determine. Like, someone has to determine that,
it's
right?
The same thing.
And so, is there any agenda behind that?
Right,
It's
yeah.
like, who's watching the watchers
Right.
kind of deal.
It says AD 587, which is the law or the legislation, will require social media companies to publicly post their policies regarding hate speech, disinformation, harassment, and extremism on their platforms and report data of their enforcement of the policies. So not only do it's like the cigarette pack warning thing, right? Is that basically what they're saying here? Is that all these companies will have an area in their that you can go and see what their policies are for that kind of speech, and then find out what they've done, what their record is for booting people who do that. And I guess because of the political nature of social media and how it's happened and how this has been targeted to think that they've thrown Republicans off of social media more than any other group is probably why this is getting controversial stamp.
That and the saying it's censorship.
Yeah.
Right? You're censoring someone's beliefs, whether it's, they're saying, well, it's hate speech, but you're telling them, well, you can't do that here.
Right. So you couldn't make a comment about immigration without them saying that's hate speech. If you don't agree with the immigration laws that are going on right now, that's considered hate speech?
I guess it would depend on the words that you use.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? How you phrase it.
Right. Although I see a lot of Twitter accounts saying, just got banned, just got blocked. Apparently the rules aren't too hard to break.
Some people take that as a like that's a moment of pride for them. I have a buddy who's been thrown off Facebook. Like I think he gets thrown off like every 3 months.
Really?
And and then he tweets out busted again or whatever. He's got strong political views, and when he says them, he's not a word mincer per se, so he gets in trouble for it. I've never been thrown off Facebook, but I don't go on there to be a troll or anything.
I feel like I have said, I've been posting a lot of stand-up clips on my Instagram, and some of those are a little spicy, but not spicy enough to get banned.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, I think, by the way, it says here, the bill was first introduced by State Rep Jesse Gabriel, a Democrat, co-authored by a group of state representatives, including Buffy Wicks, Democrat, Jordan Cunningham, Republican, and state reps Richard Pan and Harry Stern and Scott Weiner, all Democrats. There's only one Republican in this, Jordan Cunningham, who is giving it. Is it Weiner or Weiner?
I don't know.
I don't know, but it's only one of them.
Yeah. Well, I buzzed the wrong one then.
I don't think he buzzed your wiener.
He wants to make all terms of service reports submitted pursuant to those provisions available. In other words, show us what you're doing in writing. Don't tell us you're doing it.
Right.
And I'm sure this has bounced back from all the stuff that's happened with Facebook and Twitter. And Mark Zuckerberg testifying seemingly every other hour in front of Congress, trying to tell them that, hey, look, we're doing our best.
Well, especially after it came out after the 2016 election that no, the social media platforms did not do their best when it came to getting disinformation out of the hands of people, limiting their ability to spread misinformation. And so, and then Elon Musk showing that Twitter has, the Twitter whistleblower saying that Twitter's at least 10 years behind the industry standard when it comes to security, because they're more interested in chasing the almighty buck than worrying about national security when it comes to your tweets. I think the worst thing we can do is trust them to police themselves.
So let me ask, can you be an election denier on social media there without,
So all the time.
So you can come out and say, hey, look, I don't believe the election was real. I think it was completely fake. They don't consider that pushing the narrative. They just say that you're agreeing with that narrative, because that's when, here's the thing. You have to decide whether or not it's malicious, right? Because, if you just say something on the internet or online and it doesn't attack anybody, it doesn't call anybody a name or make any aspersions to anybody's character or anything of that nature.
But, look at Alex Jones, how much damage he was able to do just because, everyone said he had the right to free speech, and yet that free speech really damaged a lot of lives. And now he's facing the music. They're not going to be as kind to him in Connecticut as maybe they were in Texas.
But he's the perfect example of, you have free speech, but you also have consequences when you use that free speech. And he used his free
You would
speech
hope.
to slander and libel people with untruths. So, I mean, he is going to pay for that.
And
no question.
Yeah, but
how much?
Yes,
millions.
It got to that point, but look at the damage along the way, and
No
look what
question.
those families were put through along the way. So I think maybe the goal is there a way to intervene earlier to prevent that carnage, or bad choice of words, but to prevent that hurt feelings and trauma to families that are nothing but victims in this case.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think
that kind of unmitigated ignorance shouldn't be able to run amok the way that it's been able to run amok over the last 4 or 5 years.
I've really had to do some soul searching on how do I exactly feel about certain people getting deplatformed. And at first I was like, obviously, Alex Jones does not deserve to be on YouTube. And then you kind of counter argument yourself by going, whoa, that's a slippery slope right there.
Yeah, I mean, it is. When it becomes malicious is the problem.
And that's where it is. So I've really clashed, and I'm like 80-20. I think the people who are out there going, well, censorship, free speech, I think they're not wrong.
No,
but
definitely
you
not.
have to look at the end result of grieving families being harassed because of that platform.
The context of your statements.
But also the California law says is telling the social media companies, post your rules.
Right,
So
yeah.
we
There you
know
go.
So
what
everybody
is-
understands.
So
Right.
everyone understands what the guidelines are. Because I believe in Facebook they kind of had this tribunal that they would go to, and then they would make a judgment on how it's done.
Like
and
the precogs in Minority Report.
Exactly. It's always like a back room. It's like, hey, you guys good with this? Okay, this one goes. But no, make it public and post so everyone knows where the sidelines are.
That's a great idea, because that at least gives us some parameters to start with. And the other angle of the free speech argument is, yes, free speech is an absolute right in this country, but so is the responsibility that comes with your words. And that has been, I think, one of the biggest parts of free speech that we've all kind of forgotten over the last several years is the responsibility that comes with the choice of your words.
I think it's a billion-dollar question, and kind of like, well, let's see what the future holds for us. Do we consider free speech being wrapped up and a part of a private company like YouTube, like Twitter, like all those social medias?
There's your question right there.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. You are using their service for free, giving you a platform that's not the federal government. That is a company that can go ahead and say, hey, you got no shoes on, get out of my building.
And that's the other mistake. I see this all the time. People always think of free speech as what free speech is. My understanding is that means that the government cannot tell you what to think, what to say, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Twitter can't have rules that if you don't follow, they can't kick you off. But everyone always screams about free speech thinking that it's this blanket right, when really what it applies to is what the government can and cannot do when it comes to censoring your speech.
Yeah, it's the same thing with church and state. You hear that argument a lot as well.
Except that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I can stand out in front of the White House and yell Joe Biden's an idiot for 17,000 days in a row. Nobody's going to do a word.
Nope.
I mean, but you do that at work, and if your boss is a Biden supporter
or doesn't want that political environment,
I mean, you can get fired for that. That is not a violation of your First Amendment rights.
Jimmy, you're killing the mood in this place.
Yeah, right.
Stop it.
Hey, did you see the show title?
I got the show title.
We just got Panera, man. It's easy with the political takes. I just brought lunch for everybody from Porky's.
Yeah, it's Patty's birthday.
Yeah, 407-916-1041.
Another huge YouTuber just got deplatformed, and I've heard so many people, especially in my group of friends, that are like, he shouldn't have been deplatformed. He shouldn't have lost his YouTube channel, which is obviously where his revenue is, stemming from. But it was Andrew Tate. And here's the thing.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Andrew Tate just blew up in this last year, and on a foundation of misogyny. There's no way easy, in my opinion, at least.
Comic, right?
No.
He's just a horse's ass.
He was a reality TV star, I believe, over in
my mistake.
England.
I think it's somebody else. Then my apologies.
I think he did Big Brother or something like that.
I do not know.
Wow. But a lot of people started really looking up to him. and really buying into what he had to say. Now, there's nothing wrong into, trusting somebody, but the end result, and to me, it's so obvious that this is toxic to society the same exact way as Alex Jones. I am not a gatekeeper, but the second one of these massive, and they are titans, do I think that YouTube and all of these massive empires of the internet have too much power? I kind of do. But that also, I'm not going to deny reality. There's no way, if you're that business and you look at what he's doing on your platform, and sure, you're making money, but it comes to a certain point of going, yo, we are part of the problem.
Yeah, sure. They're never going to do that, though, because that's one of the things with Alex Jones is one of the witnesses in the case is, I think, the person who ran either the website or part of the business. It's a woman, and the question was, when Alex Jones was talking about the school shooting up in
Sandy Hook,
right? When he was talking about the denying that happened, the whole false flag thing, did you guys see an increase in website traffic and revenue? And she was like, well, yeah. And she said, and they asked, well, did Alex Jones know before he went on the air that if he stirred that pot, that the website would get more traffic and he would make more money? And then, of course, she said, yes, Alex understood that when he talked about this, the website went crazy and the chat rooms went crazy and we got more traffic to the website. Of course, that means more revenue. So this guy maliciously did this, tried to ruin these families' lives on top of what they already dealt with, losing a child for the sake of money.
And yet you could almost say that that same kind of callousness to the reality of what's happening could also be applied to a Zuckerberg and to a Twitter. They knew the damage that was being done, Dorsey, but they also know that they're getting a lot of revenue, a lot of talk, a lot of press. I mean, that is the thing that pisses me off the most after what Jack had assigned to us for What'd You Do That's New, What's the Problem with Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
And you see that former CNN anchor, I hate CNN to begin with.
All right.
But to see Soledad O'Brien talk about them watching minute to minute what they were talking about, if it drove viewership, that's what they had to hammer.
Right.
That is not journalism, that is not news, and that is irresponsible. But damn, it's making everybody a lot of money.
Sure is. And CNN, the funny thing is they're about to switch up formats.
Oh, they're already doing it.
Yeah, they're in the process of changing their image.
It's because of what they call CPMs, which is cost per thousands. For some reason, CP is in English and the M is the Latin word. It's kind of like what drives our ratings. And CPMs is, again, that ability. They don't care what it is you're talking about, but if they can see those CPMs, that cost per thousand viewer, go up, that's all they care about.
Every morning when I pull the show, I go to 3 or 4 sites before I go to CNN and Fox, because I go to both, right? I go to CBS News, NBC, Reuters. I go to a bunch of places, right? So you can get a good balanced view. I can actually pick what both of those sites are going to lead with based on the politics out there.
Without a doubt.
Because you know where they're trying to angle the story.
And it's disgusting.
Oh,
it's disgusting.
It is an interesting study. When Tucker Carlson does something stupid, they bury his story at the very bottom. They don't, on the left-hand side of their site, they'll feature all their talking heads, Gutfield and all those guys. But if one of them says something really awful and it gets a lot of heat in the media, they'll push that person down to the bottom so that they're not in the forefront. And they do that all the time. CNN does the same thing. What was the guy who got caught touching it on the Zoom call?
Jeffrey Toobin.
Yeah, Toobin. If you notice back in the day, if you were to go back and be able to look at those sites with Cuomo and Toobin, and they would hide that stuff in the context.
Which, if you're really going to be a journalistic institution, you put it front and center. That's your lead story.
And let me ask you a quick question. We don't have time to go into this. I wanted to ask because we're late already. Did you guys see the story the other day? Fox was running with it when that politician, the commissioner, stabbed the reporter in Vegas.
Oh yeah,
Did you see the blowback on that? The blowback was that he was a Democrat, right? He was a Democratic city commissioner. Not one of the major networks called him a Democrat. They just said an elected official. That's the stuff that people use to show what they think bias is in the media.
Right.
Because if that's CBS, NBC, and that's a Republican, more than likely, I think we could all agree that those places would immediately say, Republican city commissioner stabbed this guy to death. But they didn't say it on the major outlets because of the way they lean.
And when you have that big of a platform, those little subtle things can move mountains.
Exactly. And it's those details that add nothing to the story except a layer of slime.
Sure.
That does nothing to the story at all.
It causes you to question that. So you're concentrating on that rather than the actual
information.
journalism.
Yeah.
The journalism. All right, 407-916-1041. Load them up. Last call's next. Let's get the hell out of here on a Wednesday.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Or when you go to a concert and you go, look at this is so convenient. There's no line for the bar. And you think about it for a second, you go, oh my God, they're not 21. Nobody here is old enough to even be over
The
by the
no
bar.
line for the bar thing sounds pretty decent,
It's a nice side effect.
The News Junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. We've had so much rain that any additional is causing some nuisance flooding. We've had some flood advisories issued this evening. More storms in the way for each afternoon this week. Our rain chance is pushing 80%. Sunshine in the morning, storms in the afternoon. That'll be the pattern through the weekend. Overnight tonight, we'll see a low of 74. Storms ending before midnight. For tomorrow, the high 89 degrees. Sun in the morning, 80% chance for storms during the afternoon. For the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. When your ride fires on all cylinders, so do you. That's why Napa is on a mission to keep you in motion. With nearly 6,000 Napa Auto Parts stores and over 17,000 Napa Auto Care centers, the Napa network has everything you need to get up and go.
Now open in O-Town in Orlando on the corner of Darrell Carter Parkway and Palm Parkway. It's Tijuana Flats, open 7 days a week for dine-in, takeout, curbside, and delivery. And you can download the Tijuana Flats Rewards app and earn a free trio just for signing up. Every Tuesday, of course, legendary. Tijuana Tuesdays, Taco Tuesdays, you know it. Two tacos, chips, and a drink for only $7.99. Every Thursday is Throwback Thursdays, where you'll get a burrito or a bowl, chips, and a drink for only $7.99. And every Monday, 2 for $20, where you can get one starter, 2 entrees, and 2 drinks for only $20. Of course, we're talking about Tijuana Flats.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. See, where we come from, people do right by each other. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Come on in and let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious. Another reason Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin, from our team member Nick.
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. Wisconsin is the dairy state, so naturally, Culver's was inspired by everyone's favorite rich and creamy tradition, frozen custard. We make our fresh frozen custard in small batches in every Culver's, and the farm fresh dairy is why it's so decadent. It's a match, or batch, made in heaven.
Come have a taste of Wisconsin. Welcome to Delicious.
Identity theft shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, more than $14 billion were stolen last year. That's a criminal success story and a wake-up call for everyone else. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
From the very beginning, and every workday since, at every shift, and every individual effort, we carry a common purpose, a common cause. It's a duty we proudly honor, knowing behind every product we build is your faith in us, dedicated to the craft of gun making, dedicated to your freedom, equality, security, and the promise of this great country. Smith & Wesson, empowering Americans. Learn more at smith-wesson.com.
Coming to Camping World Stadium October 29th. Brought to you by BKT Tires, Circle K, and your local Ford dealers. For tickets and event details, visit monsterjam.com.
Introducing the Amscott Installment Cash Advance. From $100 to $1,000 with no credit checks and flexible payment options. That's more money and more time to pay it back. Amscott. Some restrictions apply, subject to approval.
Were you hurt in a vehicle and want compensation?
When you're injured on the go, just call Mo.
Did an accident leave you in need of representation?
When you're injured on the go, just call Mo. When you're injured on the go, just call Mo.
Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney, sung by a non-attorney spokesperson.
You need more than fast internet. You need ultra-fast Xfinity internet that checks all the boxes. Ultra-fast internet that's strong enough to power a house full of devices? Check. Ultra-fast internet that's also reliable? Check. Whew. Ultra-fast internet with unlimited data included so you can do more of what you love online? With smarter network security? All starting at way less than you think? Check, check, check. That's internet that checks all the boxes. That's Xfinity. Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 12 months. There's no annual contract required, so it's risk-free. And there are no equipment fees. Plus, activate advanced security free with the XFi Gateway. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. New fast internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 12 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Hey Orlando, Guy Fieri here, aka the mayor of Flavortown, and guess what? I've been cooking up something special right here in Winter Park. It's my newest restaurant, Chicken Guy, and it is the real deal. Flock on to Chicken Guy at 1792 in Fairbanks in Winter Park. Visit chickenguy.com to learn more.
You know what y'all need? Y'all need to chill out. Y'all need to have fun. Y'all need some adventure. Why, y'all need Gatorland. How do we know? Ain't no one got more animals, more gators, or more fun than Gatorland. That's how we know y'all need our Florida resident back to school special. Kids get in free with paying adult, and adults get in for $16.50. Now through the end of September. We know what y'all need. Y'all need Gatorland.
Start driving the truck that you deserve today. Visit nationstrucks.com and make no payments until next year with approved credit and get $500 in free gas or diesel fuel with any purchase. Ford, Chevy, Dodge, Ram, GMC, find them all at Nations Trucks, the world's largest independent truck dealer.
Roof now, pay later. Tadlock Roofing offers the best financing in the industry. Get started at tadlockroofing.com.
One name in roofing stands on top. Tadlock.
Tadlockroofing.com.
This hour of Real Radio 104.1 brought to you by FloridaJobsNow.com.
This is the Jim Colbert Show. Also available on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Just search the Jim.
I think I'm going to listen to some Cure on the way home. I was listening to some the other night. Got a phone call, got cut off, and I was like, man, that was so good. Grooving. You guys have like a Bluetooth stereo you can just walk into your house and just push play and it'll play anything just throughout the house?
I was just thinking about this. I need to take some screenshots of my YouTube playlist and send these to Jack so that, because I always forget to refresh my music rejoins.
We need
because
to do that, though.
Just today I was listening to Funky Funk Planet and Take Your Time.
Oh, yeah. Nice. All right.
Love that song.
It's funny. I have a sound bar, not a brag. It's just a thing.
Weird flex.
But I was going to go with.
But I actually, this Saturday night, I connected my phone Bluetooth to it for the first time ever.
It was great.
To play,
oh my God,
play
it was
music
great.
for poker. Yeah.
Jack destroyed that playlist. Was that just a mix?
It was a mix I made.
Oh my God, it was so good.
And the kind of focus, it's basically our weekend music.
Right.
But I did a playlist like that. In case we're out at events, I can play that.
Oh,
and so
man.
it's like our music without commercials.
It was
natural program.
It was so good. Matter of fact, I enjoyed it. I just sat there and I was like, I looked at, we're sitting next to our buddy Adam. I was like, man, this is all nice, but great.
And so now I'm motivated. It's like, well, if I'm going to have a poker, I want to make a new list for each poker.
Oh, yeah,
There you go. Okay, I'll definitely send you my song list.
We have one line open for last call. Grab that now. 407-916-1041. Just one line open. Get there and make us laugh. Say something to entertain us for a change. My God, people.
We're tired.
My God, we're exhausted. I got my D kicked in today by Ross playing golf.
Let's go.
I'm never ever going to live that down.
Well, but you gotta give your boy some props.
Oh no, listen, man, this guy came out there and he played great. I mean, he didn't play great, but he played good enough, and he didn't get frustrated. Let me tell you, a couple times today he could have been very frustrated, just kind of giving up a little bit, but he did not. Buckled
well,
down.
even off mic, he never came into the studio. He never razzed you. He never hinted like, hey.
Yeah, he really missed out on that opportunity.
He really did.
It's not my thing.
Should have really taken that because I'm going to do it. Oh, God, it's going to be awesome.
I know. You have in the past.
All right, 407-916-1041. Grab that last call. We have one line open. Deb, who do we have to thank today?
Well, we want to thank Deb Munini and the Clarice the Kitten from the Animal League. Don't forget, I'll be posting the Animal House podcast. All of you golfers out there, hopefully you heard Jimmy give a ringing endorsement of the course that they're going to be playing at, and you'll go support them for their
very nice
their golf things, their paws. And then Jenny Seiler with Stop Soldier Suicide, and Brian DiSabatino with Vet Fest, your ability to help end veteran and soldier suicides.
StopSoldierSuicide.org if you want to be a part of that. Or you can go StopSuicide.org, StopSoldierSuicide.org/VetFest.
Yes, sir.
And you can go and see all the information about that. Jack, do we have a trivia or a Twitter poll today?
We did. And the question posed at Jim Colbert Show on Twitter, do you think an electric vehicle is in your future?
Interesting. I said that today because Joe Biden's up in Detroit for the auto show, talking about $900 million we're going to spend on building a bigger infrastructure of charging stations.
I think yes is the obvious answer because it's pretty much going to be in everyone's future eventually. It's interesting to see how many. So what's your percentage on the people that said yes?
65%.
It's 53%.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. People aren't planning for it, buddy. I'm telling you.
I'm
not
going.
Yeah,
I'm making the switch.
All right, let's do it. Let's get to this. Party Mom, last call.
Let me tell you a story about a man named Jim, called out by Mama Patch for drinking too much gin. His golf game is suffering, as we heard today. Just so you know, Jimmy, Ross can beat you anyway.
Oh.
Laying the smack
Thanks,
down.
Party Mom.
Hoo-hoo, throwing some shade.
I got to tell you, that was the best. I mean, I got to tell you, that was a great call for her to go out on.
Yeah,
That really was.
Don't make her cry.
Don't listen to him.
Sue, last call.
Hey guys,
Hey.
you know every good toy, Jimmy, every good toy has a good song like this one. Light, right, making things with light. Out of sight, making things with light, right.
Oh,
Toys!
so good.
Hey.
So
Nice.
good.
Very
Blast with
musical.
that.
I actually am going to go home and YouTube all those old commercials. Light, bright, making things with light.
Your life
Just
makes
gonna-
me sad.
Just gonna watch it front scratch and eating taffy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great.
Adam, last
That's a
call.
third one.
Front scratch.
Drinking
Raking.
beer.
Yeah, this is a PSA for all of us well-hung men out there. If you have one of those slow-close toilet seats, make sure it's all the way closed before you sit down. And horse girls will love us.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Now you know why they're horse girls.
Mike, last call. Take us home.
Oh, that's weird.
Mike Buzzer Larson here. Jim, do you know how a vegetarian grills a chicken?
I do not, Mike. Tell me.
Well, Jim, they put a chicken in a room under a bright light, and they start asking questions. Why? Who came first, you or the egg? Why does everything taste like you? Why did you cross the road? I want answers, chicken, and I want them now. That, Jim, is how a vegetarian grills a chicken. Blackcock, give me the buzzard! Go!
I have serious concerns about his health.
Where could I put money on him dying on air?
Stop.
If I could I make a bet in Vegas saying I got his guy and no question he's going to die on my show. I'll bet $10 on it that he dies this year on the air.
I think you could take life insurance out on other people.
You can.
And that's basically gambling, right?
Coming up tomorrow, Brendan O'Connor, and of course our buddy Glenn Clausman with Colbert Court, plus your calls and texts and talkbacks all day long. Thanks for listening. We appreciate that greatly. On behalf of Def, Jack, and Ross, I am Jim. I said Deb, Jack, and Ross.
Oh, okay, just checking.
Deb, Jack, and Ross, we follow the News Junkie. They follow the Monsters of the Morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show.